We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl, but by all means, keep moving.
My name's Elliot Lewis, founder, CEO of Catalyst Cannabis Co. My very initial experience with cannabis was I was going to school at Berkeley in 1996, and that's right when they passed the proposition. That was one of the only places you could get a medical card. So back then it was a pretty unique thing. We had the little medical card. We were proud of ourselves. Smoked a lot of cannabis back then, all day long. And then, we ended up getting a house kind of just outside of Berkeley area called El Cerrito. So we came up with this idea that we would grow for the first time. So we put up 3 lights. I think we got 3 pounds. We were super proud of ourselves. I think we smoked a pound and sold 2. But back then they were $4,000 a pound, and $4,000 or $8,000 split 3 ways was really cool. So, I kind of did a few things like that off and on. Every once in a while I would sell a few packs or something when, harvest season would come. And then, kind of got away from the cannabis industry, got deep into doing real estate. As I mentioned, I had a decent run in 04, 05, 06, but the market shifted and ended up going bust, and started on some foreclosures that was fairly successful. And I was always getting hit up by people actually that I knew from Berkeley that they just kept growing the whole time, right? They were 20 years, still growing. So eventually we did a little grow. That was fairly successful. My part in the beginning was just I was good at getting the real estate, and they called it bank money. I had the bank money and the ability to get it and kind of close the deal. So that's how it kind of started. We did a few other grows in Northern California under the 215. A few of them even got licensed in Calaveras. And then when I really went full speed ahead was in 2016. They passed an initiative here in Long Beach. I read it, tried to figure out how to approach it, and then we ended up winning licenses here. And then after that I was hooked, and we just went from city to city, trying to win licenses and open retail shops. So that's kind of the history of how we got here. I was a full-blown crystal meth addict for, I'd say, about 2 years. I was going pretty hard. I smoked a lot of cannabis while I was going to school, and it just kind of helped me stay even. And then, somehow or another, tried meth. I was mid-20s, and, just really had a bad, issue with it. A little bit of a psychotic break. They even locked me up, 5150'd me. It was a whole thing. So I ended up going full-blown sober. That was like about 2.5, 3 years, no alcohol, no cannabis, nothing. That's just what I needed. And then a friend of mine that I knew from Spain came and visited me, and he was smoking a joint with another friend. And he looked at me and he's like, "What do you do, man? You don't drink, you don't smoke weed. Like, where's the life?" And at that moment, it made sense. So, smoked a joint. Then I realized, like, okay, I could do a little bit of cannabis here and there. And, my stomach doesn't really allow me to drink anymore. I got these little stomach issues. I don't know if it's stress or whatever. So I'm kind of a lightweight now. I'll usually eat 2 or 3 edibles every night, mostly for sleep. And then during the weekends when I'm with my kids, I find it to be just super positive impact. Same thing, edibles. I don't really like to smoke in front of my kids, so I can just eat edibles, and it just keeps me present. I like get down on their level, and I'll tell them all sorts of stories and just interact better. And those will be like the daytime ones that I take. So that if I had a routine, I take the nighttime ones pretty much every night, and then on the weekend, usually I'll at least give one day just to hanging out with the family, and I'll usually hit some daytime gummies that pick me up a little bit. I mean, I think most of the lessons we learned, I had to learn the hard way. Of course, the licensing process is super competitive. And then each municipality, there's just so much red tape, so much bureaucracy. The hard part is always getting something to break ground ready, highly taxed industry, and then we're always in need of money. So we're unique in the sense that we run profitable, but we don't have any large donors. It's all mom and pop people that just put in 100 grand, 200 grand here or there. So we're only building one or two at a time out, and we always have 7 or 8 empties because we've been good at winning them. So just keeping everything floating and keeping the rents paid and trying to expand the footprint. Our big focus for this year is we're going to submit some more applications and try to win, but we really just want to get the ones that we've won built out. And then now it's like everything. I just got sucked in, I don't say that in a negative way, on an HR issue. We've had issues of guys trying to text people at our store and figure out how to rob us of cash. There's just so many people coming from so many angles that if you don't have every single SOP in place, and you got to, it's hard to cover every blind spot, but literally, you name it, it's happened to us, between people trying to rob us, whether it be, directly or, through, some sort of electronic mechanism. You got cities you're fighting, you got competitors you're fighting, and then you're trying to keep, all the customers and employees happy. So it's definitely a day-to-day battle for sure. Right. I mean, the most important things in the world to us are the customers and our workers. We want to bring great value to the customers. I always say that, I think we have the lowest overhead of any large cannabis company, and that helps us be able to provide the prices that we pass on to the customers. As far as the workers go, all our workers are UFCW union. We really value that relationship. We're very pro-labor. To my knowledge, we have the most generous package for our the guys that work at the store level. Everybody gets health care, 401k, very generous starting wage, built-in raises. So we're really tough and ruthless in a licensing situation, but I think everybody, to a man and woman at this office, feels like the customer is the most important person on the earth. And every single person, whether I've engaged them at length or not, I love everybody that works here, and I always want to look out for my workers, and I'd give anybody in this company the shirt off my back. Same way I feel about the customers. I had a gentleman, just to give you kind of one story, I had a gentleman reach out, text me on IG. I had to allow his thing to come in, and he said, "Hey man, I don't want to complain, but it was 8:52 and they told me to drive down here to pick up my order." He did an online order, and we were running a special at the east side, and they locked the door at 8:52, and I go, "What were you wearing?" So I went back, I looked at the camera, sure enough, the story was true, and I took it personally that we improperly served the customer. And he says, "Well, I'm down in Santa Ana. It's easier for me to get there." So I drove down to the Santa Ana store to meet him personally, and told him, "Hey man, get whatever you want. It's on the house." So it's that important to me that every customer, gets good service. And when this guy reached out to me, I didn't know who he was. Literally, I had to allow the message to come through by whatever, following him on Instagram. And as soon as I heard the story, I felt I had to personally make it right. So anytime anything like that comes up, we want, and I tell the staff, we don't just want the customers to leave happy. We want them to leave skipping and singing our name as they're going to the car. So that's definitely part of our, mission statement. So it's a super interesting question. Each store is very different, even within Long Beach. So, just as an example, in Santa Ana, is the only place that sells more vapes and concentrates than flower. In Bellflower, we sell way more flower than anything else, and then the price points tend to change. We don't sell a lot of CBD and creams in general, but at the Second Street store we do, because it tends to be a different demographic. I'd like to see, everybody's kind of marketing, and I don't say this in a bad way, the cool kids, the X Games, they got the pretty model, smoking a joint. We really want to get away from that. And I don't know if I'm actually going to do grandma's gummies and mom's mints, but the idea is there, where I'd like to expand the marketplace, people that don't know about cannabis. There's so many more products, with the CBD, THC mixes now. And, I've given them to, my mom and her friends. I hope she doesn't care that I'm putting her on blast right now. But, and they're realizing like, hey, these products exist. So I'd really like to see that market get expanded and people get away from, pills and stuff. And, I don't like the word soccer mom, but, I'd like to chase them down. So a lot of the marketing that we see, that I personally see, is, and it's kind of antiquated in my opinion, where they're really going after a certain, which we want them to, right? Younger, kind of cooler demographic. So I always joke like, hey, let's make our marketing, radically uncool. So like one of the last videos we did, I thought it was a super cool shoot. It was down at the harbor with a union guy who's one of our a UFCW, or not UFCW, UILW, the longshoreman union guy who was just giving a testimony. So like the working guy that's getting off work that wants to take cannabis, the mom that maybe wants to relax a little bit while she's with her kids, the grandma. I'm interested in that. As far as the trends, they've stayed pretty even. I'd say like 40-50% flower, 30-40% vape, 10% edibles, and then the other stuff doesn't make up a ton, but it really depends on the location. Even within our own footprint, we run the demographics and what we sell, it changes quite a bit. Yeah, the principle and the philosophy of the company is to reach as many people as we can, and it even introduce people that have not yet been introduced to cannabis. We'd like to reach out to them, through different products, so they can get a feel for what's out there. Because I think a lot of time there's people that are still in the marketplace that think, I don't want to get too high or whatever, but they might microdose a gummy that has CBD and realize, wow, this is actually something that really helped me. So they say whatever 18% of people are regular cannabis users. I think over the next 20 years that could be 30, 40, 50%. And that part of the marketplace, we really want to go after. Obviously, we want everybody, but we're definitely a part of our mission statement is going after the part of the marketplace that's not necessarily being gunned at as hard by the bigger existing brands already. As far as the product mix, I give all the credit in the world to the team on that. That's not my expertise. I watch the sale sheets come in and I see what sells. But I just think as far as like being on top of it and knowing what the trends are and where the marketplace is, I take zero credit for any of that. That goes, all to the team, Bree and Jordan and everybody else who's involved in figuring out what the consumer wants and meeting all those needs. So the day-to-day purchasing, it's not my lane, it's not my expertise. Obviously, I know, what sells at the end result, but from what I understand and based on customer feedback, I do think we've done a really good job of putting together a wide variety of menu and quality of products. As far as federal legalization, these fucking idiots can't pass a goddamn thing, so I don't know when it's going to happen. It's getting a little ridiculous that there's another 4 states that are moving, and that's 37 states or whatever it is. Maybe it's going to be 40. I am mixed on federal legalization, just as far as I'd like to see them give it to the states and decriminalize it. And overall, eventually, I want it to happen, and I want it to be federally illegal. My concern with the federal legalization is that the big boys are going to come in before we could really make our way, and the people who have initiated this industry and fought to get their foot in the door are going to get smoked out by big pharma and big tobacco and whoever. So I kind of like the federal legalization being a slower moving question. Now when it comes to the issue of like it being criminalized and people getting in trouble and the war on drugs, I mean, those issues are clear and they're really stupid. The big issue that we face is the 280E tax liability, where the short version is that we're not taxed like any other business because of our archaic tax code. I'd really like to see that go away. We do have some banking options. I'd really like to see that get repaired, but eventually, I do want federal legalization, but there is a little part of me, if I'm being totally honest, that this, maybe it happens in 3 years, maybe it happens in 5 years, maybe it happens in 7 years, but at least there's a period of time where the little guy or the littler guy has a chance to kind of, make his way before all the big boys come. And, there's some money in the industry, but, Big Pharma or Bayer, you name it, these guys are going to flick off billions like it's nothing. And then I think the game could be forever changed. So, sometimes be careful what you wish for. I like the fact that the states are in control now. We strongly oppose the war on drugs and the criminalization of marijuana and stupid things like no banking and 280E. But the federal legalization question is an interesting one, and I'm not sure how it would play out. My gut tells me that a little bit more time might be good for people that are trying to build businesses in the industry, but who knows? Yeah, the most rewarding for me, I think, is twofold. One, we've been able to make good returns for our investors, and we don't have big investors, just mom and pop people that rely on the money. We call it OPM. We have a word for it. Other people's money. To me, it's the most sacred fucking thing in the world, right? And I've seen a lot of the bigger companies, not to mention names, where they sucked out all the money and they were just about lining their pockets. And we call it OPM, and that means like there's nothing more sacred than that. And then I've just been really impressed about putting our team together. We've been super lucky, and we've got everybody to buy into what we're doing. So, we got whatever it is, 50, 60 partners that all own a little slice that, believe in the mission. And then, the last thing I would say is the employment. I mean, we got 140, 150 good paying jobs, union jobs, healthcare, 401k. So I'm really proud of all that. As far as most disturbing things, I think the lessons that I've learned is I've been too trusting, and it's been unfortunate. There's been a few people that I trusted a lot, and it didn't work out. So now I've just, unfortunately, I don't know if it's unfortunate, but I've just got a little wiser. The old saying, trust but verify. So on anything that I do, I'm just always really careful to, follow it up. But there's definitely been some hard situations, and sometimes you get mad, but mostly I'm just sad about it, right? And my answer is like, I don't know why you even took that. You could have had so much more if we just played this out. So, I think that sometimes people get short-sighted, and I don't preach from a lofty tower and claim that I'm infallible, but I call him consigliere, his official title, Damien, but we try to be men of honor and keep our word, and we think that's super important. So I think as far as things that have been disturbing, just being let down by other people, and then as I kind of move my way through and we start to do better, the amount of haters just grows. But quite frankly, I love fucking haters. Bring them on. I'll take more haters, right? That just means you're doing good. So it doesn't bother me, but it is a thing that's out there. Yeah, in 5 years, I see Catalyst. My objective would be that we would have, I'll try to be realistic, 50 open stores, and a retail, if not the best and biggest, one of the best and biggest in California, and then maybe expand from there. We have, I think by spring we should be close to 10, another year, maybe 15, 20. Hopefully the growth can continue to accelerate. And the thing that I think is really important, that I have my eye on, is the purchasing power. So as you get bigger, you get more purchasing power. As you get more purchasing power, I can pass that on to the consumer, and then it kind of becomes a cycle. So, one of my bigger fears is that we grow too slow because they're not one of the super well-funded companies. I always say we're the little bare knuckle, nickel and dime street fighter, and it's been a good model. But as the industry consolidates, we don't want to get outran. So if I'm making a prediction, I'll say 50 stores. You never know. It's predicting 1 year in this industry is impossible. These are like dog years. Every year is like 7. So like if I would have predicted in 16 what's happening in 20, so it's a pretty tough prediction. But you never know what could happen. But I'd be happy if we could get it to 50. And most importantly, like I said, we want to always keep the focus, bring it back to the consumer. And when they come in and they get hooked up and they get their product, we don't want them just to leave happy. We want to be like, wow, these guys really give a fuck about us. So, and have them singing their name, our name, while they're in a good way, while they're walking to the car.
we must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl, but by all means, keep moving.
Hi, my name is Luke Kimpill. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer for Orchid Ventures. I've been in the cannabis space for about 4 years. Previous to cannabis, I was working in fresh cut flowers actually, running the sales operations for the West Coast for the largest provider of fresh cut flowers in the United States, really focusing on quality and getting products to market in a very quick and effective manner. And so when I was looking at the cannabis industry back in 2016, as you know, the next revolution essentially, what I was noticing is these products weren't really being manufactured or made with any kind of efficacy that I had been really focusing on for the past decade of my career in fresh cut flowers. I've been a proponent of cannabis for a very long time, for the access for people that are looking for an alternative to pharmaceuticals or just for recreational purposes. And so what I was seeing is the products that were available in the market really were only going after one clientele, which was the stoner market. I was looking at these, I was walking into dispensaries and I was thinking, okay, is this a place that my mother would shop? And the answer was always no. It was never a place where if I wasn't involved in the industry or familiar with the product that I would be comfortable walking in and even asking questions. And so I got connected with a couple of fellows that were looking at a cannabis brand in the cannabis space. And that's kind of how I got involved with Orchid Essentials. Orchid Essentials, really the idea of Orchid Essentials started with the concept of looking at the vape hardware specifically. The idea was that we were going to come out with a product where we would be able to come out with a product that was very high quality, that was going to be a premium product, essentially a concept. And what we wanted to do was focus our attention on bringing a product to the market that was made with high efficacy, that was safe, that was effective for users, and that people could rely on what they were actually putting into their bodies. And so with that concept, we figured if we can make it work, with a high quality product that's a premium product, premium price point, then we've got something here. Our focus was always to bring something that would be an alternative to people using other forms of cannabis or using vape as their primary consumption method. You look at a lot of folks that are using cannabis back in 2016, 2017, and it was really focusing on flower primarily. Vape was really just getting started. And what we noticed is that the hardware in the vape industry wasn't really, it wasn't reliable. The hardware was failing on people. The flavor was bad. They were burning out. The cartridges were burning out halfway through use. They're leaking. They're breaking. Whatever it may be. So we actually went directly to a hardware manufacturer and addressed what we saw as engineering flaws in the actual designs itself. We started with the materials. We wanted to make sure that any material that was going into this cartridge was going to be very high quality, was going to be able to be safe and reliable. And that's kind of what the foundation of everything that we've done at Orchid Ventures is, focusing on creating high quality cannabis products that people can rely on. When we started out with working with the hardware manufacturer, the number one thing that we were focused on was making sure that the product was going to be clean, effective, and safe for the users. You look at where people are trying to transition away from pharmaceuticals and typical medical approaches to different ailments and using cannabis as a substitute. We saw it as a major flaw in the approach if those products are not safe, if those products were not effective, or if people can't rely on what's actually in them. That's why people go to doctors, because they know what the pharmaceuticals are. They trust their doctor's opinion. And so we wanted to be able to bring a product out into the cannabis space and be able to focus our entire company's mission on being able to bring products out that gave people the alternative to that usage, that consumption method. Or I guess it gave them an alternative to the pharmaceuticals that they were using currently. So we started with the materials. We went to our factory and we said we want to make sure that this is not only going to pass a leach test, meaning we leave oil in the hardware and what is leached out into the actual oil itself. That was kind of like the bare minimum of what we saw happening in the cannabis industry already. We wanted to make sure that when people were actually ingesting, what happens when you push that button on that vape pen, right? What is actually in the smoke that people are ingesting? And that was where we focused our attention. So back 3.5 years ago, we were emissions testing our hardware to know exactly what was in that vapor as it was coming out. And we have done that consistently over the course of Orchid Essentials being in the marketplace. Now, just recently, Colorado passed a law, or they are in the process of passing a law that's going to require emissions testing on hardware. This is the first in the country. We've been talking about this for 3.5 years, and it's been that focus because safe and effective products was our core mission as a company. So we launched Orchid Essentials into the marketplace in 2017 as a brand, and then within a couple of years quickly realized that our hardware was something unique and special. Not only in the way that it was constructed, but in the experience that it was providing to consumers. And the other brands, the other hardware manufacturers out there were really doing nothing to even attempt to catch up to what we were doing at Orchid Essentials with our hardware and the way that we were manufacturing it. So what we did is we launched another company called Pure Tech Designs that's under the Orchid Ventures umbrella. And the whole foundation of that company has been providing safe, reliable, and emissions tested hardware, which no other manufacturer in hardware is doing in the cannabis industry. And that's something that we pride ourselves on, but it's also a baseline standard for us as well, right? When we launched into the market, there really wasn't any standards for testing. So what we were doing is we were testing at Oregon standards because there wasn't any standards here in California. There wasn't leach testing going on. There wasn't emissions testing going on. So what we did is we did our own, long-term testing by taking our current hardware that we're using, and this is the same hardware that we sell through Pure Tech Designs. We put oil into that hardware. We let it sit for a year, and then we sent it off for testing. And we sent it off for Cat 3 testing after 11 months and still tested clean. And that is because of the energy and the actual materials that we put into the way that we design our hardware to be clean, effective, and reliable for consumers. Orchid Ventures now has Orchid Brands, which is all of our cannabis products that we put into the marketplace. We have Orchid Ventures is an umbrella now for Orchid Brands, which we have our brand companies that we put out into the marketplace. We also have Pure Tech Designs, which is our hardware company, where we are selling our emissions tested hardware out into the marketplace. And then we also have Cellgate Sciences, which is a technology company. Companies that are using edibles or drinks or different type of ingestibles in that way can introduce Cellgate into their products, which is basically a liposomal technology that helps with absorption and uptake. And it's all natural. It's an all natural substance that is really unlike anything else that's in that same marketplace. So one of the things that really attracted me to cannabis as an industry was being able to promote legalization for a product that I feel very strongly people should have access to. They should have free access to this product. We haven't even begun to understand all the different ways that cannabis can be utilized for medicinal reasons or just for recreational reasons for that matter. And one of those things, medicinally thinking, I had a really good friend who had brain cancer. She had stage 4 brain and lung cancer. She was given a couple months to live. And basically told to go home and get her affairs in order. Now, luckily, her husband was a medical grower, and he had access to material, and he started actually making a full spectrum extract for her, similar to like an RSO. She started treatment right away. She started doing 4 grams a day to treat her cancer, and blew right past that 3-month timeline. She's now been cancer-free for over 2 years. There's no brain cancer, no lung cancer at all. And this was strictly by using this full spectrum oil. I remember that on a daily basis as the reason that I get up every morning to do what I'm doing. I want to be able to provide that same experience to other people, whether that's through the products that we provide through Orchid Ventures, or simply by helping legalization move forward by doing it the right way. And that was really the foundation of how we set ourselves out, of how we wanted to manage Orchid Ventures as a company in itself. We wanted to make sure that we were going out there and doing it the right way from day one, talking with the regulators, making sure that they understand cannabis in a different way than just from making laws and regulating an industry. And so that has really been, that has been a driver for me to stay into this industry, to see that people have access to this, to see that we get the research out there so we can find out what exactly happened with my friend and her experience, right? And how do we recreate that for others? And that has been a driving force for me. And I think, that a lot of the other the other folks that work at Orchid Ventures, we all have similar experiences. I mean, you talk to anybody who works in the cannabis space and they all have a story similar. And that's because this plant is changing people's lives on a daily basis. It's just not being talked about. If you look at the way the industry has been going over the last couple of years, it has been rapidly growing up, essentially, right? And we're still in the infancy of the industry as a whole. We only partially understand the amount of cannabinoids or what those cannabinoids can do that are actually in the plant itself. We're just beginning to understand, the technology around safe extraction. We're just beginning to understand how that relates with, ingesting inhalable terpenes, different things like that. The industry is shifting to where, we're starting to understand more about botanical terpenes and the scientific, actual benefits that you can get from different terpenes, whether they're coming from a cannabis plant or they're coming from, a pine tree. These different terpenes all have different ways of interacting with our bodies, and the science hasn't quite gotten there yet. But we're getting there, and there's been a lot of new developments and a lot of new studies that are coming out that are showing, how much CBD you should actually be taking on a daily basis. Before it was more is better, but that's not always the case, right? There's an actual limit to what your body should be ingesting as far as CBD on a daily basis. Might be getting a little into the weeds on that one, but. But if I look at what's going to be going on, in the future, if I were to predict the next couple of years in cannabis, I would predict that we will get to a place where we're federally legalized. We will get to a place where we start to actually do science on this plant and start to understand and have an open conversation around the benefits of this plant and what type of pharmaceuticals, if any, it could be replacing, and really how it can be improving people's lives on a daily basis. We now have people that are taking CBD every single day. It's helping them sleep. It's helping them eat. It's helping them feel more energized. We have people that are using cannabis products to help them sleep on a daily basis, where they may have not been getting normal sleep until now. I have close friends and family members who have been able to get off of different substances like Lexapro or Xanax or whatever it may be to treat anxiety. They're now using cannabis on a daily basis. It's not impacting their lives in a negative way, and they're putting something in their bodies that they believe in and that they can trust and is safe. The other trends that we're seeing is really a trend towards safety, right? Something that we've been talking about for 3.5 years. The conversation is starting to happen. There was all these vape-related illnesses or alleged vape-related illnesses, over the last year, and now that conversation is starting to come to the forefront, right? What is actually in this hardware that we're ingesting? What are in these products? Are they safe? These are the questions that people are starting to ask and really should be asking, especially when they're going into a store and picking up a product from a shelf. Is this product being manufactured in a way that I can trust? What we're seeing in the vape space, as far from a hardware perspective, is we're starting to now hear this conversation around emissions testing, right? And that's something that we feel very strongly about should be on the ballot in every single state. Not on the ballot, I'm sorry. That is something that we believe that every regulator in every state in the country should be talking about, as far as how does emissions testing hardware relate to their regulations, right? Are they actually doing cannabis tests that are actually seeing if the products are safe or not? Because a leach test isn't going to cut it, right? You need to know what's actually happening on the other side of that pin when you're pushing that button. So what I see is a transition to where the conversation around emissions test is going to become a standard throughout the country. And the hardware manufacturers that are manufacturing products that are safe and effective, those are going to be the ones that are going to be able to react to this. The brands need to be asking about these questions as well. Are they buying equipment? Are they buying hardware that they can trust and they know is going to be safe for their consumers? And when the FDA steps in, that is really, I think, when the cannabis industry will finally begin to grow up and be able to look at the products that we're consuming on a daily basis, whether it's from an edible perspective, a drink perspective, or vape.
We must keep moving. We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But by all means, keep moving.
My name's Stephanie Kobos, and I'm one of the co-founders of Bluminess. And it's a journey that the three of us have embarked on, and we don't even know where we're going, but we do have a purpose. And the purpose began with, for me, when my parents were in a very bad car accident. And it was very traumatic. They broke their backs and their neck. They were immobile for 6 months. And during that time, one was in my sister's house, my father, and my mother was with me, and during the recuperation. And my mom stuck with the narcotics, and she didn't get better. But my father took the tinctures, he did the salves, he put the creams on his back where it was hurting, and in no time, literally like 2 months, he was in the pool at the YMCA, he was swimming. He didn't have 100% of his vitality, but he was on the road to recovery. But my mom didn't. And now we're 5 years later, and he's like a 60-year-old running around, and he's 80. And my mom, she aged 10 years. And that's why I'm here.
Okay, well, I've been friends with Stephanie since we were in elementary school, so I know her story, and that really touched me. For my story is completely different. I wasn't exposed to the CBD world, THC world at all. I knew a little bit about it because Stephanie was a great advocate since she was much younger. I mean, she's still young, but late teens, let's say 20s. So I always hear her saying how great it's been for her. But what really got me involved with the product was when somebody said, Yael, by the way, my name's Yael, and you're so hyper, you're always doing so many things, you're always on the go. And I was doing a million things at my job and always trying to help people. You should take some tinctures to calm down. You should go, everybody has it now, you should go to the local store and get some. I said, you know what, you're right. I should calm down. I should learn to calm down, be a calm person, like a Zen kind of lady. I need to do that. So I went to a really high-end supermarket near my house thinking, oh, it's high-end. This is a great product because the market's high-end. And I bought a tincture, and when I looked in the ingredients at home, I felt like I was robbed. They weren't transparent. It was just back in the day where you didn't need a code or a lab test. And I felt like kind of violated that, you know, there are such great products out there, but somebody took advantage of the system and they're in the huge chain. And I paid a lot of money for the product, which I didn't mind, but just be honest. And I always had this obsession as a child, as a teenager, what's inside ingredients? What makes this cream amazing? What makes this lotion amazing? And for years and years, I would write a list of different ingredients, what would go together, and that was just a hobby I had. And when I met Stephanie and Michal, and I heard their stories, I said, that's it, I'm giving up my job for 28 years. I was a nonprofit with kids for 28 years, and I just had this passion. I felt like my heart was outside my body, pumping 24/7 until today, because we were onto something really big. And watching Stephanie's parents go through everything they did really, you know, touched my heart too. And looking at the science of everything, because I love analytics and I love combining things, and I actually love to cook. So something about putting the ingredients together was kind of a way for making a special recipe like I do with food. And we embarked on this amazing, amazing journey. And what's, honestly for me, what's amazing about this journey is being honest, being who we are. And we're all three very ethical, honest people. And that's the best part. The money part is secondary. The relationships, the people we've met, just your team here is just amazing. So I'm grateful for that. And if anyone's listening, just follow your instincts, follow your dreams, and your words do manifest. So we decided that we're going to take a slogan. It says, be kind to yourself. And we actually love this slogan. We trademarked this slogan because sometimes our biggest enemies are ourselves. So don't listen to what's going outside. Go with your passion. If you feel the THC is going to work for you, then go for it. Because you know what? Something in your mind is telling you that's right. And now I think it's Michal's turn. Michal.
Hi, my name is Michelle. Michal is my Hebrew name because I was born in Israel and I moved here as a teenager with my family. So I was always into art. I went to art school in New York as a teenager, and then I became an interior designer. And at one point, someone very close to me got into depression. That affected our life very much. And that was one thing that was like a few years that affected us a lot. And later on, my mom was diagnosed with kidney failure.
Disease? Failure,
Yeah.
disease, it's all the same.
And towards the end, she was suffering with a lot of pain. And we weren't familiar with the CBD back then yet. Actually, my nephew brought her smokable CBD, but she was afraid to touch it. And we tried all different things, and we were very limited with what medication we could have give her. And in 2018, my mom passed away, and she did suffer. And at that point in my life, I felt like I wanted to do something to help other people with more purpose. I loved interior design. I loved being an artist, and I'm still doing the design. I'm doing the design of the product. I'm in the design and development in Luminous. But I also know that I did a lot of research. I learned that the professor in Israel, Professor Meshulam, in the Jerusalem University, did the research and found out about the entourage effect and learning
60s,
about
right? In the 60s.
And learning all about it got me really excited about this field. And this is when we all got together and start brainstorming, and we felt that we all wanted the same thing. We all wanted the same purpose, and this is how we collaborated. And we enjoy it every single day, especially when we hear that we're succeeding with the product that we made, that it's working for people and it's making their life better. So that's what Luminous and we are about.
Okay, I'll just say a few words about Luminous. You know, many people came up to us and said, you know, there's a lot of products out there, there's a lot of recovery creams. Why is your cream different? And honestly, I can honestly say that our cream is different because 3 of us are very unique. 3 of us really care what we put on our bodies. She had some botanical vitamins that she used before we made the cream. Her mom was in the botanical company growing up, so she had her own formulas. And I'm like the Home Depot. I have nothing. That's my personality. I'm trying to look like a lady today, but I'm usually in Home Depot buying shovels and digs and you name it. I'm following guys around that are in construction. And I learned a lot from them. But honestly, what I came to see, and they could attest to this, that most of the people in this industry were men. And men are not like women. Women are very particular about the way things look and what kind of smell is in there. And most of the men were like, okay, slap the label on. And we were doing some research, and we found out that most of the products were the labels were very boring, and there was not so much branding in it, and they all looked alike. They all looked very medicinal. And most of them didn't have a great smell. So they could tell you a little bit about the other ingredients because they love all kinds of girly material, and they'll tell you about that. I mean, not material, ingredients.
I'll take
So,
that.
yeah.
So you take that.
Take it over. Yeah.
Well, actually, I was going to talk about something a little different. She likes the analytics and stuff, and I'm kind of like the management, and I like to look at the whole big picture. And for me, because I was the one that was purchasing the products for my father, really. Now, I bought them for my parents, but my dad only used it.
I remember.
It was so expensive, very expensive. And I'm like, there's no reason why this has to be so much, and you go through it pretty quick. Because when you're in pain, you want as much as possible. So the brainchild behind it was more like, can we do this cheaper? And can we do it that it's just as effective as some of the products that are in the dispensaries, that we could get to the masses, to everybody. So that was kind of where my part of this whole thing started, and where we were bringing the thoughts together. And then Michelle has such a passion for texture. Being in design, she brought together the rest of the package. And
Yeah. Tell a little bit of the ingredients, what's in there, what makes it so special.
Well,
I'll put you on this one.
yeah, thank you. So after researching what's out there, we wanted something that can work in all different ways. And we wanted to make it special, different than what's out there. So I started researching which ingredients work on what, and how putting them together can affect and be more effective. And with all the full spectrum that we have, the cannabinoids together with those ingredients that I'm going to list them, made the difference of who we are compared to other brands out there. So we added arnica and turmeric, coconut oil, menthol, manuka oil, dragon's blood, witch hazel, and there's some more. Those are
yeah. And then go ahead. No, and in fact, you know what? There's something very special in not knowing anything. I mean, we came from a place of passion and honesty, and some big shot guys in the industry were like, oh, you know what?
just do this, do
Oh,
that.
the opposite. They even said to me, I remember going to Colorado to meet some of the farmers, and somebody said to me, one of our friends said to me, oh yeah, Ella, you and your partner should stop investigating because there's so much out there. And because he's told me that, I said, no, we're going to do it. And there's something really organic when you knock on someone's door and you say, we just want to get your advice. We just want to learn something. We're new at this. And we're coming from a place for honesty and transparency. And I have to tell you, it's really refreshing because you don't have any prior judgments, or you don't have anything that's holding you back. And it was just a place of transparency. And I have to say, I think I'm speaking for the 3 of us, that was a total freedom for us, just knocking on doors, meeting you guys. I mean, it was just, in not knowing, we found out a vast amount of knowledge, and that's what really got us to where we are today. So yeah, and for example, I have to tell you guys this one thing. I know I just have a few minutes, but so I worked with nonprofit kids for many years, and I remember one of the moms telling me, I'm a pharmacist. So when you're not starting out with a lot of money, you need to go to your contacts, and not so much contacts, but you need to go to people that you have relationships. And I remember calling one of the moms, and she said, oh my God, is everything okay with my child? Because in the beginning, I couldn't afford to do this full time. I worked part time, and then we would meet after work, half day. And she said, is there anything wrong with my child at school? I said, no, we want to meet you because you're in the pharmaceutical business, you're a pharmacist. Do you recommend anything special? We went to so many people. We said, what's really special out there, something different? And she said, yes, there's a tree in Africa with the resin in the bark. It's antibacterial, it's antifungus, it's great for healing, and we couldn't believe what we were hearing. Dragon's blood. We did tons of research on dragon's blood, and guess what? Lo and behold, 2 years later, after all our stability testing, our compounding, we put dragon's blood in this product. So now when we meet some people and they say, oh my gosh, I was looking for dragon's blood. Well, it's in this because it's people from the community who said to us, put the dragon's blood in here. And then we actually went down, we live in the San Fernando Valley, I don't know, it's that very hot place where you guys don't usually travel to, but we live there. I live in the West. It's like hot. Anyway, so, stop.
I live there too.
Oh, sorry. You can ride home with us. We have one seat left. And
Actually, two.
two. Two? Oh, sorry, I'm talking loud, but it was so exciting. So we actually met this young girl who went to farming school, organic farming school, and we drove down.
Oh my God.
We drove down to farmland, which is not that far, Ventura County, and she gave us a whole lesson on compounding with organic soils. I mean, from one end, from organic farming to meeting a woman that's a pharmacist, we just went to everyone in the community, and that's, I think, what made this
Well,
special.
a lot of research.
A lot of
Yeah,
research. But from
A lot
people
of
we knew.
footwork.
At Bluminess, we're three inspiring and energetic women who really care about our community and especially our children and our family members. And I have 4 boys, and for me, everything I ever did for them and I did for my parents through their recovery was as much holistically helping them as possible, even till today. And I never hid smoking marijuana or the value of CBD or THC or what it can do for you. And I really believe that teaching ourselves and teaching our children and the people around us how to do self-care is really, really super important. And we have so much medicine in the product, ever how you take it, whether you ingest it as a tincture or you put it as a topical or you smoke it, whatever makes you happy, or an edible. There's some benefit you're going to get from it, and only you know the benefit you need. And so the microdosing, everything that you can do for yourself, I'm the biggest proponent for, and specifically in the CBD, THC cannabis world.
And I just have to say that she's so natural that she's never had a microwave in her house. So when I go to her house, I have to cook the food. I mean, I love cooking, but she's never had a microwave. Just saying.
Okay, so talking about empowering and about business, women entrepreneur. My background, when I was 3 years old, my mom had her own apothecary beauty supply store. The negative side, I had a babysitter taking care of me, but I was always very proud of my mom being entrepreneur and independent, always dressing up very nicely, and she still had the time to be with me, sit with me, listen to me, take care of things. So later on, my sister also was, until today, very hard worker. She's independent, and it was inspiring for me because my sister is also very older than me, very much. So most of the years I took care of my children. I have 2 children of my own, and then I remarried and I have 2 more children. So I took care of 4 children altogether. And but in between, I used to take my project, working, taking some air for myself, some time for myself. And now that the kids are grown and they're in colleges and doing their own thing, I knew this is the time that I can do for myself, that I can fulfill my dreams, fulfill my my direction. So just as an advice for other women, don't stop yourself. If you have dreams, go for it. Don't be afraid. We're strong enough.
Yeah, I think about what she says all the time, because I think words manifest. And I didn't really believe that many years ago, because I wanted things to happen today. I mean, I thought if you want to put together a company, it has to happen today, and that's not true. So every time you have, this is mostly to the women out there and men too, but if you have an idea out there, write it down, because every time you write something down, it manifests. And you know what? One day maybe you'll meet that partner of yours, or one day you'll meet somebody that's going to inspire you. And there's a quote that I really say it every day to myself and that I love. It's something like, alone you can go fast, but together you can go far. So my message is to the women out there, the moms out there, the young entrepreneurs: go to the people that are your community. Go, call us, reach out to us. Everybody should be connecting with each other and helping each other. And that's what it's all about. Because for us, I'm going to be honest with you, it's not about the money. Sure, great, we like making money, but it's about community and helping each other. I guess that's the most
Well, and
important
we're
thing.
having fun.
Yeah, we're having a lot
A
of
lot of
fun.
Yeah.
We must keep moving. We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But by all means, keep moving.
So my name is Greg Jeldon, and I'm co-founder of Canna Management Group. Yes, I use cannabis. I guess my love affair with cannabis started when I was 12, and we really had a everyday hanging out experience starting freshman year in high school. And in my mid-20s, 25, I got really sick. One day I started having massive pains in my stomach. I went to the hospital, and they told me, I was having an infection in my pancreas, that it was normal, and that I would be out the next day. And before the next day happened, I had renal failure and respiratory failure, and I went into a coma, and I was in that coma for almost 3 months. When I woke up, I couldn't walk, I couldn't talk, and my life changed significantly. Everything that I was doing in terms of work and everything changed. I had to move back in with my parents, and life was new for me, and it was interesting. The doctors told me it would take 6 months to learn how to walk again, and I actually walked out of the hospital 2 weeks later. But it was a long experience, and it took me well over 10 years of kind of, I would say, normalizing. But I still deal with pain and this situation on a regular basis. So basically, it was called pancreatitis. It was an infection in my pancreas, and then that is what snowballed everything. But as I said, I always had a love affair with cannabis, and this just put it into a new perspective with me. And when I woke up in the hospital, I had all these tubes in my arms, and I had patches on my arms of morphine and opiates, and I basically was on this pharmaceutical situation for a couple of years of pain management for a long time, and it affected my life. And cannabis was really the way for me to get off of these medications that I was being prescribed, and it actually made my life much better than it actually was. I mean, I was able to get back into normal life again. I was able to really have pain management. I was able to have normalcy in life, and it really was the foundation of me getting better. Side effects from the traditional medications, the list goes on and on and on. I mean, insomnia, lack of appetite. I don't really think it was causing that much pain. I think it was just more in my brain, and I was doped out. My parents struggled to talk to me and have really articulate conversations. this was a huge effect on my life. You know, I mean, I couldn't go to the bathroom the same way. I mean, there was a lot of things that had affected my life, you know. So conversely, I don't really see negative side effects with cannabis. You know, I mean, I have positive side effects from cannabis. You know, I get a better night's sleep. You know, I eat better. I think sex is better. I think everything with cannabis is better. But I don't have any negative side effects. I don't wake up in the morning groggy. I don't have hangovers. I think it's quite the opposite. It stops me from wanting to drink alcohol. Yeah, I mean, there's so many positive benefits of cannabis. I can't keep saying it. So I hate to think of it without cannabis, because my life really revolves and exists with cannabis. I mean, it really is so much better with cannabis. But without cannabis, I would definitely be in pain and suffering. I think I would have a struggle with appetite. I've always struggled with that. I think insomnia is an issue for me that I would struggle to be able to fix. So, you know, I think without cannabis, my life would be significantly worse. Cannabis is the only reason that I got through pancreatitis. Yeah, I mean, I definitely have done many things that were stupid, drinking, and when I was younger. I don't know if it quite meets that, what Bert has done, but I definitely feel like with cannabis, you know, I am definitely more present with my children. I think with cannabis, I am more present with my wife. I think with cannabis, I can focus on my business more. I think with cannabis, it really enhances everything in my life. And so I would say that. Yeah, so I mean, I haven't really been a recreational drug user. I mean, I've done hallucinogenics, and I definitely feel those are all natural, and I think cannabis comes from that same place. I think there's medical benefits in both. And so, you know, I can't imagine my life without cannabis. I can't imagine a life that exists using heavy recreational drugs as opposed to cannabis. And so I'm very pro-cannabis instead of those types of drugs. Yeah, so I mean, the turning point was, I guess, feeling disgusted with the results of, you know, typical pharmaceutical medications, opiates, and the side effects from them. And really just sitting down with my parents and having a conversation about how cannabis is going to benefit me. And we went to a cannabis doctor that gives cannabis recommendations here in California. We sat down with him and explained my medical situation, and he walked us through his recommendations on cannabis use in lieu of what the doctors were currently prescribing me. And we went to a dispensary and bought the cannabis and started using it. And you know, it was a while before I told my primary care physicians that I was using cannabis instead of the opiates. Because I think in the beginning there was a little dynamic of being concerned and ashamed, so to speak. This was prior to 2016 and prior to legalization. And I think since legalization, I have had open conversations with all my doctors. Actually, I went and saw my primary care physician this week, and there was an 8-question part of his intake form that asked different questions about medical cannabis and what it does for me. And so I think that the medical community is starting to come around and see the benefits of cannabis, and they're starting to accept what that is as an actual form of medicine. I mean, I was living in my parents' house. I was living in their garage, and having to take this medication every day, and my life was really associated about going to doctor's appointments and taking medication, and it was really no life. And I think once I transferred into the cannabis as the pain relief as opposed to the opiates, my life significantly got better. It just, I guess it felt more natural, and there was just less side effects in general. And what I came to find out is that the benefits of cannabis in terms of pain relief were just as prevalent, if not better, than what the opiates were doing for me. Yeah, so I wish there was, you know, a 23andMe type of test that could tell me exactly what works for each individual person. But for me today, going to the dispensary and just smelling all of the different types of cannabis, I think your nose really tells you what your body is going to accept and what's going to work for you. In terms of what works for pain relief versus sleep versus appetite versus energy, you know, that, again, I think that's really a trial and error. But at the dispensaries, they have people that are knowledgeable that can give you information. Yeah, well, I'm really excited about what we're putting together with the Immersia event. There's such a great team behind the Immersia Connect, And I don't think that anybody has put together a virtual event at this level yet. And what we have in store for everybody, you guys are going to be amazed.
We must keep moving. We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl, but by all means, keep moving.
My name is Dr. Sophia Sawitz, and I use cannabis. When cannabis first affected my life on a profound level, I would say the year was 2015. And as a physical therapist, the patient population that I currently still and did work with at the time was children with traumatic brain injuries, or they were born with a brain injury and they have a diagnosis of cerebral palsy. Now, in this space, what the patient will commonly exhibit, the physical signs, physical manifestations of their diagnosis include rigid, lack of mobility. They call it spasticity. It's almost like when you want to use your arm and use range of motion, your joints will get stuck. And that's really limiting if you're just trying to move from a chair to your bed, or to eat at a table, or get in the car with your family for a child, and for the parents as well. I work closely with children one-on-one, and one day, one of, I would say probably my most difficult patient to work with in my entire career, who commonly was so spastic, and just being able to go from sitting to standing or going back to sitting into a wheelchair was extremely difficult. It would take 4 adult board-certified doctors to actually help this child get back into the chair. So it was very, very, very difficult, and we tried our best, and it made me really want to work very closely with the parent as well to help troubleshoot and navigate functional movement. So one day she came to me and she said, I want to update all the medication that I have listed. And she explained that this child was now taking tinctures of CBD, CBG, CBDA, THC, and at the time, in 2015, those were all still considered Schedule I, drugs, as bad as heroin. And when I found a mommy who was giving their child something that they knew was frowned upon socially, as this is a drug, you're giving your child a drug. You realize that, right? And I saw that day, that's when it was a shockwave that hit me so profoundly. I saw it work within, she took her medication 30 minutes before our lesson, and she was able to relax and bring her arm up to the bar, up to the parallel bars. And seeing that fluidity, I mean, we all cried. We just couldn't believe that something so simple from basically, I mean, it grows so easy. It's like a weed, right? Hemp and cannabis grows so easily. And to see how it affected the nervous system. It was like an antioxidant. It was like a neuroprotectant. And then I started doing I'm a doctor, I believe in science, and I follow the science. So I did my research, and I saw that the United States government had a patent on cannabis, and specifically on cannabidiol. And so I Googled it, looked it up, and the first line was, cannabidiol is an antioxidant. The second line, cannabidiol is a neuroprotectant. And that's when I really went deep into the science. And it really got me so excited to know that there was something there to help my kiddos out. All of them in this, if you have any kind of brain injury, you possibly also struggle with having seizures and other issues that can come along with that. So for them to be able to control their seizures, improved sleep, improved mobility, function in their daily lives, being more of a member of their family, that's when I knew, this thing in 5 years is going to be huge. You get the mommies involved who are giving it to their kiddos, moms change the world because they are the biggest advocates and they have the loudest voice. And that's when I knew this is something special.
And were you looking for the side effects? What were the side effects?
The only things were getting the amounts correct, right? So if the children came in and didn't have the correct amounts, then they may be a little sleepy, or they could be so, it's basically the opposite of spastic, and they're completely just relaxed, so.
Where I'm kind of getting to, as you could probably see, is that describe the side effects of the more traditional medications.
Right.
Versus.
I can't.
Yeah.
I can't describe the side effects, other than, you're very relaxed and alert at the same time. Oh my gosh. And my kiddos have tried everything. A baclofen pump, where they actually insert a needle within your spinal cord to give your nervous system a steady dose. I mean, just infection and risk of infection and things like that are already, very serious when you're having a child. And then the amount of medication within a baclofen pump, the child can also, which is really for spasticity and to improve mobility, the child can also, it can become ineffective, whereas the nervous system is no longer responding to that and seizures can develop again. So there's other issues of all the other medications, Keppra and other anti-seizure medications, and it was much harder to navigate, I would say, in terms of going up and going down. So I was so impressed, so excited that there was something out there that even children could benefit from, that I really started talking to my closest friends, my family, my husband. And my husband had always been in the cannabis space on the business end. So he helped brands build their logos, their websites, their, business cards, everything like that. And he helped build big companies, huge companies. Some had great exits in the 100 millions. So he's done an amazing job in that space. And I said, whenever you're tired of building up other brands, we should do our own. And that's truly where we went. For me, functional wellness, that's the name of the game for me. I'm a physical therapist. I believe in preventative rehab. I believe in recovery rehab. I love the human body and how we're such a miracle. And when you use the right nutrients, the body can heal itself and improve in function all on its own. So that's when we put our heads together and we found the path of least resistance that worked for us. And we started a cannabis water company. And there were other companies out there, but we knew how to do it better because a lot of companies were still working on the molecular level of CBD. This was 2015. And we were already ahead of the game because we learned a lot about nanotechnology in other fields, in the water field specifically. So we put our heads together, and from his product development side and my science-minded side, we created a product that really is amazing because it's a functional wellness beverage based on science, but it's for the body as well as for the mind. And being able, as a physical therapist, I am limited to working one-on-one with a patient. I can only affect so many, improve their quality of life. With a product that is over the counter and easily distributed wherever there is an address, that's when I knew we could really help improve the quality of life of other people utilizing amazing antioxidative neuroprotective ingredients such as CBD. I'm so excited it's finally here because we saw it coming. I'm so excited. I said 5 years from now, and it's now 5 years later, and it is a household name. Anyone you talk to, they say, oh yeah, and then they probably have a story saying, my friend, she did it for her son, or my other friend has Parkinson's, or my father-in-law, and everyone I feel like has heard enough about CBD and cannabis in general that my side is definitely hyper-focused on the CBD, but cannabis in general, people are utilizing it. And thankfully the laws, of course, came along with this revolution to allow people to actually have access to it, where you're not having to call your dealer and having to call your hookup, basically a drug dealer, which lots of my mommy friends who had of my patients, that's how it was initially. That's how it was in the beginning. So it's really exciting to be a part of this revolution. It's really exciting that it's finally here. It's really exciting that it is truly going back to basics with a plant that developed with our nervous system. And when you're dealing with something that can affect your nervous system, that's bringing you back to homeostasis. And now more than ever, our bodies are exposed to so many environmental factors that affect our immune systems, even just within our homes. We're exposed to more toxins, more chemicals, more than any other generation in our history, truly. So to have something that's nutritious and a homeostatic, to have something that's nutritious that promotes homeostasis, where you don't have side effects, where you don't have insomnia or nerve pain or anxiety or spasticity or I could go on.
must keep moving. We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl, but by all means, keep moving.
My name is Dustin Milner. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Cream of the Crop, Better Than Good Holdings. So my story is I started in financial services right out of college and was allured to that industry because of all the money and the luxury and what you can do with that. And I spent about 6 to 8 years in financial services doing real estate, mortgage banking, achieved a lot of success, made more money than I ever thought I would. But at 26 years old, I woke up and realized that I wasn't happy. Money wasn't doing it. That was not what was really going to drive happiness for me in my life in the long term. So at 26, I made the decision to throw all of that away and jump into the startup world. I wanted to do something that could elevate humanity and that would be good for the world, something that I could create a legacy with that would stand the test of time and would hopefully be here after I've left this earth. So that took me into a whole bunch of different startups that led to probably the funnest project, which was a startup called Potential Labs. And Potential was developed and built to help people live longer, happier, healthier lives by teaching psychological skills and emotional skills that improved well-being and just help people live a happier, healthier life. So that was based on a field of research called positive psychology, which is the study of optimal human functioning. And through that project, I got to work with top researchers from all over the world that were really leading the edge in our understanding of psychology and what drives fulfillment and happiness and well-being. And through that project was when I really started getting into cannabis, utilizing it for my own mental health and my own well-being, helping me to battle anxiety and maintain my stress levels, because in a startup world, stress can get pretty outstanding, pretty extraordinary. So started using cannabis as a way both to maintain stress, but also as a way to be creative, as a way to solve problems. Cannabis, one of the things I love is it allows you to see things through a little bit of a different filter. So I'd go through a brainstorming exercise with a blue pen and I'd write down all my ideas with the blue pen. And then I'd go and smoke a joint and I'd pull out the green pen and I'd write all my other ideas out with the green pen and I'd review them the next day. And a lot of times the best ideas I had were while I was consuming cannabis. So it became really a staple in my life at that point from a creative expression standpoint. Through that project, we were blessed enough to receive a contract from the United States Department of Veteran Affairs to develop the software application specifically for veterans to help combat PTSD. And again, through my research and interviewing veterans and looking at all of the data and the research, again, cannabis came to the forefront as something that could really help veterans with sleep and with nightmares and PTSD. And that was 2015, 2016. Cannabis was still under the medical laws here in California. And during that time, my best friend Scott, who's also my co-founder at Better Than Good Holdings and Cream of the Crop, he was already in the cannabis space. When I jumped into startups in 2011, he jumped straight into cannabis, starting in Washington and then consulted in Arizona and Oregon and California. And in 2016, Scott had a cultivation under Prop 215 laws in Northern California. And this man is one of the hardest working gentlemen you will ever meet in cannabis, period. He would spend 5 days at the grow and then drive down to Southern California to spend his entire weekend going to dispensaries and selling the product that he grew. And Cream of the Crop really came from Scott. In 2012, Scott was consuming quite a bit, and then I was consuming the flower that Scott would give me. And we always like to smoke on the best. We were always looking for the absolute best flower, best flavor, best potency, best effect. And if you want something done right, you got to do it yourself. So Scott got into cultivation and just started growing and quickly developed a reputation for cultivating the best cannabis around. So he's sitting there smoking a joint one day trying to think of like, what are we going to call this thing? It's like, oh, well, it's the best of the best. It's the pinnacle of cannabis. It's the cream of the crop. And so at that moment, that's when Cream of the Crop became a brand. And so from 14 through 16, we started branding the flower as Cream of the Crop Gardens, Cream of the Crop Cannabis. And actually, if you go back on our Instagram and you scroll down far enough, you can see posts from the early days of Cream of the Crop, and where we saw this as if our flower is going to be in the store, how is anybody going to know that it's our flower? We got to call it something. We have to have that brand on it. So we started that, and then in 2016, I was becoming more passionate about it, just in seeing what it could do for the world in terms of mental health, what it could do for veterans, and I could not believe that this plant was outlawed. Like, this plant is illegal on a federal standpoint when it has so many benefits. And then I started learning about Rick Simpson's story and the effects that full spectrum cannabis oil can have on the immune system and on the body when battling things like cancer. And to what I discovered is that Scott had actually been providing his own version of Rick Simpson oil to folks that were battling cancer for many years, and had helped quite a few people in collaboration in conjunction with their other treatment protocols overcome and beat cancer. So that was a product that I got really excited about as a way that we could really help people. I mean, if we just helped one person overcome and beat this life-threatening illness, that not only affects that person, it affects their family, it affects their friends, it affects their entire way of life, it affects their entire sphere of influence. So on that one person, we could have a massive life impact. And that became something that we were really excited about. So early on, we started a program to where we would actually donate our what we call FSO, full spectrum oil. It's another version of Rick Simpson that's lab created and has all of the scientific controls to make sure it's the highest quality possible. We started donating that to dispensaries that if a cancer patient came in and had their paperwork, we would just donate the FSO to them. This was still back in 215 days when we were able to do that. But we started getting so many testimonials of a gal that had breast cancer that was a bikini competitor in New York, and she received this diagnosis, and that was the end of her world as she knew it. She was no longer going to be able to do this thing that she was so passionate about and that she had done for so long. She started taking our CBD capsules and started taking our FSO, and wouldn't you know it, she went back to the doctor before scheduling the double mastectomy, and her tumors had shrunk, and she received this glimmer of hope that she hadn't had for a long time. Cannabis did that. And so many other stories of stomach cancer, liver cancer, brain cancer, lung cancer. I mean, pretty much you name it, we've had somebody that has used cannabis and has overcome it. Cannabis is making a significant impact on people's lives and on their well-being just by the magic of the plant. So 2016, I just couldn't believe that this was still illegal. Like, how we have a society and a government that's supposed to govern us for the better of mankind and the betterment of human being and the betterment of our society. How is it that we have a plant that's helping people beat cancer? It's helping people live. How is that illegal? So at that moment, in talking with Scott, we decided that we were going to join up, and we were really going to go push Cream of the Crop as hard as we could. We formed a company called Better Than Good Holdings, which is the parent company for the brand Cream of the Crop. And I told Scott, hey, you keep doing your thing in the garden. You handle all of the production, you handle the cultivation, everything that it takes to get a product ready to be packaged, and then I'll handle all of the packaging, the business development, capital raising, and sales. And that was how we formed our partnership. And then in December of 2017, a gentleman by the name Jeff Richmond had come into our lives. Jeff was really prominent in the San Diego cannabis community, somebody that I developed a really close friendship with, that was also very well connected. And so in December of 2017, I was able to recruit him away from an edible brand he was working with at the time to come join up, and he became our third co-founder. And that really provided the jumping off point going into rec cannabis at the beginning of 2018. And since then, it's just been, who can solve problems the fastest. And I'm thankful to say that we have had the opportunity and the blessings to develop a very loyal, appreciative customer base. You know, customer comes first in every aspect of what we do. So if there's ever been an issue, you know, we've had customers that any kind of complaint or any kind of issue a customer's ever had, customer comes first, we always take care of them. That's something that we've really prided ourselves on. And so that has fortunately given us the ability to continue to participate in this space and to do it at the level that we're doing it. Yeah, so you know, going from Prop 15 to 64, so going from the medical space into the limelight and all the regulations and the trials and tribulations the many trials and tribulations that have come along with that, has been a bumpy road for sure. It has not been smooth sailing, and it's really a testament to, you know, a company is really just a collection of people that are trying to accomplish a common goal. And at Better Than Good, we've been so fortunate to attract very, very passionate, talented, capable individuals who all believe in our mission and believe in what we're doing. And without those individuals, we wouldn't be here today. I mean, it really, you know, I say this all the time, but we succeed as a team and we fail as a team. And that could not be more true, especially as we made the transition from 215 into 64. A lot of bumps in the road. You know, our bread and butter has always been cultivation. That was always the thing that we did better than anybody else. But if anybody has looked into building a cultivation, they are not cheap. It's a very expensive endeavor. And so at the end of 2017, you know, we didn't have the capital resources to go and build the cultivation of our dreams. So we had to make some tough decisions about how we were going to carry the business forward. We were fortunate that we had a pretty substantial network of cultivators and individuals in the industry that we knew, that we said, hey, here's our standard operating procedures. This is how we do things. Let us coach you on how to grow product our way, and then we'll buy everything that you produce. And through that method, we were able to transition from 215 into 64 while keeping cream of the crop. Maintaining those brand standards, maintaining the standard of quality that we've built everything on. And through that, we said, well, there is likely to be folks in this industry that come into it and don't have a cannabis background. They see this, you know, dollar signs in front of their eyes, and they see all the money that can be made, and these individuals will jump in thinking this is going to be easy. And it's not. And we've seen it happen in all of the other states, Washington, Colorado, that have gone legal, to where money comes in, folks think it's really easy to grow good cannabis, and they find out that that couldn't be further from the truth. So we, through our network, we happened to come across a couple of individuals that were having a harder time building their business or building a profitable business. And there was, we came across an opportunity to manage a 40,000 square foot facility in Desert Hot Springs. So we took that facility on. At the time, this facility was getting 3/4 of a pound per light. They had every pest issue known to man. It was broad mites, spider mites, russet mites, root aphids, like pretty much you name it, they had it. It was just a concoction of pests in this place. And they were seeding every run. So this facility was struggling a little bit, to put it lightly, losing all kinds of money. And we came in and started managing that facility. We implemented our SOPs. We brought our whole team in there. And within 6 months, we had it turned around. So we took them from 3/4 of a pound per light to 2 pounds a light. We got rid of all their pest issues. We got rid of the seeding issue, and we turned them, it was over a $700,000 profit swing from what they were losing to what they started making. And so through that, just kind of started to develop a track record for our ability to manage large-scale cultivations and do what we do best, which is cultivate, you know, the highest quality cannabis, period. And from then, we've had 2 other contracts that allow us to grow our flower for our brand without having to have the upfront capital expense. So we've been very blessed and fortunate to meet people that we were able to provide value to that ended up being really great partners for us. I am not a grower. I handle more of the business side, dealing with investors and partnerships and legal and all of that. Scott Rakiza is by far much better at that, and then also our director of cultivation, Trevor Coots. Those two guys are just whizzes in the garden, and like Trevor can look at a plant and tell you what's wrong with it if it's, it's not uptaking the nutrients correctly, or it's got, the lighting is off or whatever. What I can say, something that differentiates us from a lot of folks is just how we treat the flower. I mean, cannabis, one of the things I love so much is that the quality of the cannabis has a direct relationship to the quality of care that was put into it. So the amount of time, love, and attention that's given to the plants ends up creating the quality that you see in the finished product. If you just set the, you set the facility up, flip the lights on, set the plants back, and start going, you don't have the love into it, you're going to see that the flower is just not going to be that great a quality. And for us, because we have that level of care, because we know that, number one, we're consumers ourselves. We got into this because we wanted to consume the highest quality flower possible. So obviously, since that was our goal, then in going into cultivation, it's making sure we're doing every step. And early on, kind of our motto was no step skipped, no process rushed, made with love and intended to heal. And that's very, very true even still today. It's we don't cut corners, we do things the hard way. Sometimes that takes a little longer in our curing process, our trimming process. It can be more time consuming, and when you have something that's more time consuming, it's less profitable. So for a lot of folks that kind of are in the production space, we just do things a little differently because we take our time. We really care about the end quality, so we're never touching the bud. It's really about trichome preservation, and that's what drives our SOPs, is making sure that by the time that plant the finished flower gets into our jar, it's the highest quality it can be. Besides the wellness piece, there's the mental health piece. And I know there's other folks that have talked about cannabis and their experience with mental health, and I mirror a lot of those experiences. I've definitely had my struggles with mental health and depression and anxiety. Cannabis has been something that has really been a tool by my side to help me through those times. But what I've also found is combining cannabis with meditation, cannabis with yoga, cannabis with spiritual exploration. That to me has been a pillar in my life. Meditation and making space to be in center, kind of manage my inner world, is something that has allowed me to really deal with the twists and the turns and to remain resilient and vigilant in the face of an ever-changing regulatory environment and all of the challenges that come along with the cannabis business. We think that our world exists out here, but our world exists in here. And cannabis, I have found, has really allowed me to explore that world deeper and connect with it much further. And that, for me personally, has been the greatest value add to my life experience, has been the intersection of cannabis and my own spiritual exploration. As far as what's coming up next, is we are expanding. We are engaging with some folks in some other states. I can't disclose exactly who those are, but we can expect to start to see Cream of the Crop expanding into other states throughout 21 and 22. We've got some really exciting new products that are coming out. We've got the Cream of the Crop Blue line, Cannabis Superba, which will be coming out towards the end of this year, beginning of next year, and that line and that flower is all small batch, just absolutely extraordinary flower. So I'm really excited to get that out to the market. We have a new product called the Diamond Barrel that's going to be coming out later this year, which is it's 1.2 grams of premium flower, no shake, just all bud, with 0.2 grams of our diamonds that have been infused into the flower, hand rolled with a black obsidian tip for purity and balance, beautiful cigar band. And all black paper. So this product is just absolutely beautiful. It's the only thing I smoke now. So I'm really, really excited for that to come out. And then beyond that, we have some other new products that we're working on that I can't quite let you guys know yet. But I'm so excited about what Immersia is doing. Thank you all for watching and spending your time with us today. Hope you all have a blessed day.
We must keep moving. We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But by all means, keep moving.
Hey everybody, my name is Adam Hijazi. I'm the board president of the Long Beach Collective Association. I'm also one of the owners of Long Beach Green Room, the station, and various other licenses. Glad to be here, have another opportunity to talk about cannabis. So a little bit about my personal story and with cannabis. I've always felt like cannabis was outlawed unjustly. It wasn't outlawed right. I've used cannabis when I was younger. I won't say I was the heaviest users of cannabis when I was younger. I felt that I saw a lot of friends get in trouble for cannabis. I saw a lot of people go to jail for cannabis, whether it was friends of mine, even family. And that was always something that always perked up to me. Why are people going to jail over something that I know on an anecdotal level by using cannabis and being around people who use cannabis is not that bad. Really, it wasn't in my life that cannabis became more prevalent in my daily use until I got my ACL injury. I tore my ACL playing basketball, and I really felt a lot of the medicinal needs from cannabis. It helped me. I wasn't going to take painkillers. That's not what I do. But also, my grandfather had cancer, and he never used cannabis in his life. And I think that was really a point when I was able to, give him small doses of cannabis at some of the highest points of his treatment, and that helped him get along. He was thankfully able to live another 7 years after, and that was something that I knew, but to be able to tangibly see it in front of you change someone's life was an amazing experience, and really kind of drawed me to what other abilities can the plant do, and kind of all of this was happening, and me as just a regular consumer, I've at that point never was in cannabis, was never in the industry, never sold cannabis, period. And then during that period, the city of Long Beach opened up a process to allow legal cannabis. At the time, we had no idea what was going on. All I knew is that I wanted the opportunity to be in the industry. I believed in the industry. I knew that with regulations, some policies, different things in place that would actually change the face of cannabis and a lot of the other issues that were happening. And naively enough, we didn't know what we were signing up for. We went into the city of Long Beach and we applied for that process. Little did we know at the time that the city, the reason it was doing it is because it had about 85 dispensaries citywide that were unregulated and that were just opening up. At the time, SB 420 was just very confusing. There wasn't really any direct regulations. So the city had to do something. So they put forward an ordinance, and they put forward a very strict ordinance that required a lot of jumping through hoops to be able to get through it. Ultimately, they selected 18 out of about 65 operators to do cultivation and retail in the city of Long Beach. This was in 2010. We were one of those 18 individuals. And then really quickly afterwards, we quickly found out that we have to be proactive. We're a vulnerable industry, and to be able to take certain steps to explain to the public around us that we're not the mafia. We're not the cartel. We're not gang members. We're not just a bunch of potheads that came out of the woodwork, and that this could be a whole entire industry, and there was just a lot more to it. In 2010, that conversation was non-existent. Elected officials wouldn't speak to you. Police were harassing you. The idea of cannabis was laughed about as a pothead joke in regards to what it was. But yet cities moved forward because they had bans, but they weren't banning the consumption of cannabis. Everybody was just smoking and had the need to do something. So we formed the Long Beach Collective Association. 2010, late 2010, Long Beach Collective Association came to place. It was approximately 15 out of the 18 members. So, getting together, we were really naive to politics. We didn't understand who to talk to, where to start talking to. We were businessmen trying to get into the business, follow a bunch of rules that have never been made before, not understanding the true depth of what would happen in regards to regulations and safe access. And really, a big part of that conversation at the time when we were advocating was for safe access. Today, there's a lot of commercial cannabis because of the regulations, which is normal and it's going to happen, and it's just the evolution of the industry. But really understanding why it was born again and it came out from medical cannabis perspective was to provide safe and affordable access for patients. That was Prop 215, and that was what the voters voted on. And again, that was the theme of cannabis for 20 years. For about 20 years, those were the laws that guided cannabis. And in 2010, we were in the middle of dealing with medical cannabis, and the biggest arguments was able to provide safe access. What does safe access mean? Safe access means a lot of things. First of all, we want to make sure we have clean products. You want to make sure you have a clean environment. You want to make sure that these facilities are located in areas where people with disability or accessibility issues can also be able to access them. A lot of cities end up putting them in the corners in the unlit areas in the city. Well, you have a patient with a wheelchair. How are you expecting them to be able to get to a certain area? So it was a very lot of different interests at the same time trying to all kind of come together. So we got together and we wanted to start to show the city that the cannabis industry is more than just a laughing joke to say. We got involved in the community trash cleanups, beach cleanups. We worked with homeless shelters. We worked with different centers around the city to be able to help, because the reality is we were seeing hundreds of people every single day. And there isn't a lot of other businesses that can connect, especially cannabis is a connector. It connects people together. And when you have all of these individuals coming in, there's an opportunity to educate, there's an opportunity to pass a message, and there's an opportunity to organize. And that was what we needed to do to be able to give a voice not only to the industry, but more importantly, the community. Everybody saw the industry, but the industry is there because of the community and the patients and the people that use. That's why there's an industry. If nobody saw a need for cannabis, there wouldn't be an industry. So it was people power and organizing people, and that's really where the LBCA came into effect. At the time, there was a lawsuit that came in and struck down the ordinance or parts of the ordinance because some of the people that went through the process didn't win, and then ended up causing issues and saying it was federally illegal to give a permit. So they went and they got the red Trump card. Psh, federally illegal, you're not allowed. It was called the Pack versus Long Beach case. That case was one of the most prevalent cases in California from 2012 to, 2011 till maybe 2013, 14. It literally changed the landscape of Southern California. Garden Grove started to cite Long Beach case, Pack versus Long Beach. It says it can't move forward with regulation. Los Angeles started to cite that case as well. So it was really a blow back, but that case came approximately 2.5 years after being in operation and receiving our businesses and serving the community. So at that time we had a very hostile chief of police, mayor, and city attorney, complete different folks today, complete different world today. This is in 2010. And they really used that case to close down the program 2.5 years in. They closed it down pretty hard. There was raids, there was arrests. There was an independent journalist that did a story on Long Beach in the Orange County Register that said there was approximately 8,000 arrests between 2004 till 2012, 13. So there was a lot of arrests, raids, seizures. There was pretty much it was all out war. There was also the CDTFA, IRS. There was a whole bunch of agencies that got together. And that was really concerning to us. It was very intimidating at the time, but the group felt we're going to be on the right side of history. The city ended up banning us, and our last day in operation was August 12th, 2012. The very next day, all of our facilities, we turned them into election headquarters to say, and all of our patients, we started to register them to vote. We got signatures. We did our first ballot initiative in 2012. We garnished about 50,000 signatures to regulate and tax in the city. The city came back and said we were 18 signatures short from our 1-to-1 vote to actually qualify to go on the election. Of course, there was, in our opinion, a bigger play to not allow cannabis to even get onto the election after about 2 years of going through court system, because now we were trying to bring safe access back to the city of Long Beach, but then we were denied the ability to go onto an election. Now we're in the courts talking about voter rights and voter ability to vote on items. So it really wasn't we didn't get certified at the end of the day. But what was recognized is that we still got around 33,000 registered voters to sign on to our petition on the city's count, which was more voters than most of the city council, if not the mayor as well. So it was a very significant amount of voters that signed on to it. They ended up doing a planning commission meeting to look at an actual ordinance because they recognized that there is a will from the voters. And then they put our tax measure on the election. The city just wanted to make sure that whatever happened in cannabis, that the tax was right. We spent about a year in planning commission talking to the planning commissioners. We went through zoning, sensitive uses, issues, community meetings, dozens of meetings to be able to come to an understanding of what the planning commission needs to deliberate on an actual ordinance. About after a year, Planning Commission comes out with a decent or decent zoning ordinance that everyone could live with. Went down to City Council. City Council said, I'm not sure that's enough. We need a citizen task force now to talk about the issue. So this was a citywide task force that was appointed by City Council. Each council member gets 2 appointees. There's 9 council members, so it was an 18-member task force. I was actually on that task force. Another board of director was, and then it was a whole gamut of people. PTA moms, federal judges, police officers, patients, industry folk. It was a whole gamut of politics. We spent about a year on that planning commission as commissioners going through the task force. It was a really tough time. We learned a lot. I mean, I can't even express when you have a federal judge giving his perspective, or a LAPD SWAT officer, or a PTA mom, or the patient that's saying, please, I want to be able to have access to my meds. It was a lot to go through. And with that group, actually, I was pretty proud at the end of the day that we all came to consensus on something that can actually work as well. And the vote was almost a consensus between everybody, which was pretty awesome to get all those people in the room and agree. You know, we took that those recommendations back to City Council. City Council didn't do anything with it at the time. You know, we slowly started to understand that this was more or less a big delay and deny tactic. Going through these commissions, going through studies, going through task force. While I will tell you it is a invaluable amount of information was produced to understand what policy and regulation can look like, but physically for anything to move forward, it just wasn't happening. And you know, at that time in 2016, when they denied the task force recommendations and decided not to move forward, we decided to do our second ballot initiative. At this time, we partnered with United Food and Commercial Workers, which is UFCW Local 324. We had a very good relationship, and we talked about the issues, and at the time, they understood a lot of the politics and the issues, and they saw the value in the cannabis industry and been working towards it. And we did a ballot initiative together. It was extremely costly. It was one of the hardest ballot initiatives. Well, actually, the first one was harder because that was a lot of volunteer and learning on the spot. The second time was equally as hard and challenging, but we had a lot of great professionals working with us. We garnished another 50,000 signatures. And then at that point, we got qualified. It was definitely a huge moment just to get certified, you know, having that moment when we got decertified the first time around and getting certified almost 3 years later was a huge moment for us. And we were on the ballot initiative, the presidential ballot initiative. It was November of 2016. Time goes by. And we won by 60% of the votes. So we won by a huge margin as well. And that's really where during that whole entire time from 2012 till 2016, when the ballot passed, we were closed the whole entire time. At certain times, it was only a few guys that were in a room saying, what can we do to move this forward? And all of a sudden, at that very moment, the industry was born again alongside what was happening on the state. So it was a very unique moment. And right now you see the regulations in Long Beach is probably one of the most robust ordinances and cities in Southern California that allows you to operate in the city. Is there issues? Of course there's issues. And then we're always working on a lot of different issues. But it still stands as a good city that if you start somewhere, you won't have any issues with cities. As long as you can get through the process, you can get through the process. And that opens up the industry for a lot of people. We never wanted to close it down or create a monopoly. Cannabis is way bigger than one group or one person or one industry. You know, it affects a lot of people. You know, after the regulations were passed, everybody was celebrating, everybody was happy, but we had no idea the amount of work that it took to get through the regulations and now apply and construction, and then we were only medical, and then moving to recreational, and then starting to right now see the weight of all the tax rates that were compounding then really brought us to a point where we had some dispensaries are open, some other facilities were open, but most of the manufacturers, distributors, lab testers, they weren't really taking off. And we were, reviewing the tax rates. The city of Long Beach had a 6% tax rate on all other type licenses, putting retail on the side. And it was having other zoning issues. It was requiring a cultivation and a manufacturer to put a big window in their front. Hey, this is a manufacturer. We don't need windows. We need to make sure that they're nice and secure. There was a lot of redundancies and issues. And then, all of a sudden it came from fighting the fight to get safe access for patients, to allow people to get access to facilities, now to taxes, cleanup policy, social equity, a lot of different aspects that, started to really bubble all over the state and the nation, to say. So it was probably the first time that I know of, that I can recollect, that the city of Long Beach has ever lowered the tax instead of increased the tax. It's also probably the first time in Southern California that you saw a tax rate being lowered. That was one of the most extensive process. Took us about 9 months of hard advocacy. That's community, people calling, showing up, meeting with officials, partnering up with other groups, and to really present the case of, if you lower the tax, we widen the tax base, we allow for jobs, and we allow for this industry, the legal industry, which is really still not even finding its footing, have the ability to grow. So we were asking the city to invest in the industry, and historically, that's never been the case. It's usually quite the opposite, right? They're coming after you, or they're causing issue, or they're making it as hard. It was a very defining moment, because it was a time where the city, the industry, the community all understood it and got together. And I will tell you, that was years of work, and being able as an organization to have authentic, conversations and being real with people about the inside of what this industry looks like. Because to them, they only see, where is it coming from? Is it coming from this country? Is it coming from this area or that area? But when we brought them in and started to open up our facilities and our SOPs and explaining to them the process, they were blown away. And it was an awesome moment. And we were able to lower the tax. We're very proud of that. I think that right now, ever since then, Costa Mesa lowered its tax, and Anna's talking about lowering its tax. Bellflower is talking about lowering its tax. And I think it really started to do a ripple effect across one of the most important areas in California. Los Angeles is huge. If we're able to make an impact here, I know it can translate on the state level. And since then, we've had conversations on the state on opportunities to fix the tax structure up there. It all goes back to affordable access. If you tax the hell out of product and you tax it out of a person's ability to purchase it, what's the point of having the product? And right now, more than ever, that product needs to be available as much as possible. And of course, COVID came around and completely, changed the landscape of politics and a lot of issues. Cities going to deficits, so on and so forth. But we're still going to be true to what it is. We still feel like taxes should be lower, and that will translate into the consumer. So that was a great effort. We're proud of it. We've also, there's so many nuances that's happened, I'm talking about over a decade span of efforts, but one of also the crown jewels of being freaking awesome with the city of Long Beach is, we just launched a non-credited course at the Long Beach Community College. That was, something that the industry needed badly, not because, mainly it's a stigma. Everybody looks at, what are you going to do a class? Teach people how to roll a joint? Ha, ha, ha. No. Do you see the regulations that we have to deal with? Do you see the lab testing requirements? Do you understand the manufacturer, a cultivator, a distributor, different type licenses, different kind of lights? And it was really a 2-year process of breaking the stigma within the college board, within talking to the right people in the community to be able to even get them to consider it. But then once they saw such a good job with the program happening, you quickly saw the college looking at this could be jobs of the future. So we're excited. A few weeks ago, we launched the Introduction to Cannabis 101. It's a pilot program for the Long Beach Community College. Within the first 2 hours of the program being available, there was over 800 requests to be a part of the class. In the history of the class, they've never seen such attraction towards a class. And for the first year, all 3 classes have already been booked. So we're looking forward to the next classes. And I think it's a great step in legitimizing the industry and also helping developing the next workforce and business owners that need to know, more about the industry. So thanks again for listening, guys. This is Adam Hijazi with the Long Beach Collective Association. Please check us out, and we're humbled and loving and looking forward to Immersia Talks and all the great events and activities that they're doing, and we're glad to be a part of the great project.
must keep moving. We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl, but by all means, keep moving.
Hi, my name is Nate. I'm with Bell Costa Labs. Stoked to be here with Immersia Talks, and thank you for being here to hear about how my journey into cannabis has gone and how I've experienced our favorite plant. I started in cannabis half a lifetime ago. I've been at it for 20 years, so I'm 40 now. And what I've been able to put together was a lifetime that started with a little foray and enjoyment into the plant in my late teens, then getting into a little bit of semi-professionalisms in my first days, a little bit of fun with some grows, and then into a little bit later, the whole world of glass and galleries and all of the art that surrounded the industry. From there, and seeing what beauty the plant held, I wanted to go a little bit deeper, and I found my way into cannabis science. All ends from cannabis infusions like edibles, all the way through to cannabis science in a little bit of a deeper form, like what I do now with Bell Costa Labs, which is in cannabis analytics. The whole world of cannabis has a lot to offer in terms of the science and everything that can fit through those poles. We have the opportunity with infused products to be able to measure things out in areas such as milligrams and dosage. We have the opportunities to be able to calculate what that dosage looks like from things like the starting products, flowers, all the way through the hash oils that you can infuse into these products, and being able to count those milligrams all the way through from the starting products and into the production of these finished products. We're able to test from a testing lab standpoint all areas of quality control as it deals with manufacturing of products all across the board, including infused ones, such as what I was just mentioning. Infused products have so much math and science behind them, just like all products do, but it's really interesting, and it's actually very easy to be able to simulate some of that math that's used with edible products. For instance, if we have a product that's 90% THC, active delta-9 THC, say in a distillate. We know 1 gram of 90% distillate has 900 milligrams of THC. If somebody had to make 10 milligram units, we know right off the bat that you have the opportunity to make 90 10 milligram units from 1 gram of 90% THC. That type of math and the ability to work with that, especially through the threshold of testing, permeates the entire industry. And it gets really interesting when you have the opportunity to see how some of these things are manufactured. When you consider other areas of the industry that testing has the opportunity to interface with, you see all sorts of other interesting anomalies pop up as well. Something that we've been seeing in the traditional industry coming up a lot is delta-8. It's very possible to take a delta-9 distillation process and to inadvertently break down large amounts of the delta-9 THC into delta-8 THC. Well, delta-8 is seen as being valuable, especially in a lot of different products, and very much so in the spirit of having a broad spectrum extraction. It's also not delta-9. And if somebody was to represent a product as being, say, 9 milligrams per serving or 10 milligrams per serving of delta-9, if part of that was split with delta-8, you certainly wouldn't have the same effects. There may be some euphoric effects felt, but not going to be the same chemical and not going to be the same effects. It's really interesting in the traditional industry that we've been seeing this kind of thing. I would largely put it on a lack of R&D testing, where the opportunity to actually see what you're going to be doing and producing using a certain set of SOPs with a certain instrument what actual results will be yielded from working under these conditions. If somebody hasn't had the chance to actually go through this with their process and with their setup and their hardware, and they don't regularly test with the lab, they easily could be destroying that THC without even knowing. Hence, heightened amounts of Delta 8 or CBN that could be found, and diminished amounts of Delta 9. We've been involved in cannabis education for a little bit now. I've been teaching classes for a better part of 5 years, and through teaching dozens to possibly low hundreds of classes, I've gotten definitely a real penchant for teaching. I've really enjoyed bringing cannabis and cannabis education to people in the best ways possible. I started working with the LBCA in 2019 to bring community education efforts forward, and since then a lot of those efforts have kind of turned into and modified into different forms. One of those forms are the LBCC classes. Long Beach City College has been holding trade classes for cannabis, and they've been bringing instructors, including myself and including Adam Hijazi, who runs Long Beach Green Room and the same community association, the LBCA. We've been able to bring a very specialized set of courses in front of a large group of very interested, eager students who are working to get into the industry, or who in some ways already have their own areas of specialization, maybe in legal, maybe in finance, and who are looking to adapt that into, as we all know, working with our favorite plant. In a lot of these ways, we're seeing the spectrum of jobs really increased upon what's being focused on in cannabis. What I have found my way into doing has been areas of a lot of cannabis engineering, cannabis troubleshooting, since in the way of testing, we found needs to help people through a lot of the issues that they're seeing with the manufacturing process in cannabis. Manufacturing cannabis is not easy. And as you can guess, we have the opportunities through testing to see when things go wrong. A lot of the areas that I've had the opportunity to be involved in have to do with going into different operations, working with them directly, and being able to share with them some of what I know to be able to help them get maybe some issues that they were seeing, get those gone and get everything back on track. Long Beach has been a model for what we have in front of us as the future of a cannabis community and what areas it may concern. We have an involvement from a large portion of the businesses, including ourselves, and how we've been able to project the needs of those businesses onto the city have been done in very special, very amazing ways that I would love to see repeated on a nationwide, if not even greater basis. We've gotten into so many other things, including the educational efforts in which I've been involved, and my personal hopes would be that in some of these education efforts we have the opportunity to see some of these classes and some of these areas of sharing cannabis knowledge with one another. We have the opportunity to see that in itself scaled up to where a level of cannabis knowledge, a small revolution of cannabis and of cannabis education, has the opportunity to start permeating the industry on a professional and on a volunteer and community interest level. All of these things have been done extremely well by Long Beach, and all of the more reason in seeing it done correctly to be able to suggest that other cannabis communities everywhere in California and again nationwide, I'd love to believe worldwide, all have the opportunity to be able to engage in such a system. If you think about it, all of these people in a cannabis community, for the most part, are all looking for something really similar. Things like beach cleanup, which are done, is really not a hard idea to get behind, because we are at heart in a lot of ways conservationists that want to protect the earth that grows our favorite plant, our favorite weed. So why not? We want to be able to involve ourselves as much as possible with bettering our community, And so you see a lot of re-engagements of the equity programs, the social equity programs that are out there. Again, Long Beach has been engaging in that, and the opportunity to be able to increase and improve some of these programs across the board is something that we've all seen a huge need for. These are things that we'll have the opportunity now to be able to create and have larger discussions over. The testing of cannabis is something that's pretty important. It gives us a little bit of information in two different areas. It gives us some information for the quality of the products we're dealing with, and it gives us some information regarding the safety of these products. Now, there are about 10 tests out there on the state panel for, and these tests will be, different tests will be used for different types of products depending on what we're dealing with. Of course, if we're talking about flour, we won't do a concentrate-specific test, like testing for solvents, generally speaking, on flour. What we do for flour would be things in quality testing, like cannabinoid profiles and terpene profiles. Cannabinoid and terpene profiles and testing those and being able to study those are hugely important, not just for being able to tell the overall potency and how fresh the plant is and how robust the chemical profile will be, but it also gives us a lot of information on how it would compare to other plants. It gives us a lot of information on how it may be categorized in terms of how those effects may treat a person. Terpenes are just the beginning too. It's worth mentioning of the volatile profile of cannabis. There are so many other chemicals that we're discovering. Esters, flavonoids are in there. We know that there are ketones, tannins, so many different types of chemicals that we see inside of cannabis, and so many valuable active compounds in the cannabinoid profile as well. On the safety side of things, we're looking at a whole different side when you come to flower. We're looking at things like the pesticides and PGRs. Those are the plant growth regulators. We're looking at the microbial panel, mycotoxins as well. We're looking at moisture as well as water activity, foreign matter, heavy metals. We are looking at a lot of different areas to be able to tell that cannabis is safe for consumption. So bear in mind that when we talk about cannabis testing, we're talking about two areas. We're talking about quality, which can be measured by cannabinoid and terpene profiles, and we're talking about safety, which can be measured all across the board depending on what type of chemicals we're looking for, what type of product it is, and do bear in mind that 80-90% of that testing panel has to do with safety testing and not necessarily the quality of the plant. Thank you guys so much for joining me here at Immersia Talks. Stoked to be here and a part of this. Again, my name is Nate Winokur. I'm with Bell Costa Labs in Long Beach, and looking forward to seeing you guys next time. Thank you so much.
must keep moving. We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl, but by all means, keep moving.
My name is Burke. I currently serve as Senior Vice President of Sales and Business Development for Ember Valley, based out of Shasta Lake, California. I currently also serve as the founder and Chief Executive Officer for a brand called Far Out, which is currently based in Los Angeles, California. Started in cannabis officially back in 2015 with Dope Magazine, which was based out of Seattle, Washington. Went through an acquisition last year with High Times. At the time, they were probably the biggest contender to High Times, so entered the space in a bit of a different fashion, officially, again, via media. This gave me the ability to build out a really big network of all of the movers and shakers in the Prop 215 space in California, and then externally throughout the rest of the country, with other brands and other cultivators, manufacturers, license holders in states such as Colorado, Washington, and Oregon. That enabled me to get a really thorough understanding of the inner workings of the license side of the market. That also enabled me to meet some of the most influential people in this space that have laid the groundwork for us to be in this industry, to be doing exactly what we're doing now, legally, right? So what that gave me was, that crash course education on how to do things the OG way versus how to do things in a way that, has since been introduced as the professional way, which has been sort of this weird battle from what I've noticed between scaled organizations and those that can't necessarily lift. So at Ember Valley, we wanted to, really create this identity and this authentic story of who we really were, which is a group of cultivators that have been operating for well over a decade in the space, without going too far to the other side and losing that authentic feel, right? So Ember Valley, with where it stands right now, it sits in the market as very professional. You are getting the most consistent and best products on the market. And we focus on cultivation product first always. While I was at Dope Magazine, I was able to meet the most influential people in the market, brand owners, legacy guys, cultivators. I saw some of the most incredible cannabis that I've ever seen in my life. That really gave me this energy and this fire inside me to continue down this path, because cannabis was so influential to me personally, from a young age. And I wanted to make sure that I could leave a mark on this industry in a way that, hasn't necessarily been done before, especially by a younger guy like myself. So I originally, after leaving Dope Magazine, took on the head of sales position over at a company called Suniva, which was a publicly traded Canadian company. They were building this giant 335,000 square foot greenhouse in the desert that never came to. It was a flaming crater, and it gave me an incredible set of experience when it comes to having conversations with people on the other side of the table. So legacy operators on one, Canadian suits with public money on the other, right? And that really gave me an understanding of how this industry could evolve, the potential wrong paths that it could go down, right? The paths that it could go down that sort of marry both sides in the best ways. So from Suniva, myself and the president, or then president of Suniva, by the name of Vinny Shastri, who's now serving as CEO of Ember Valley, we went over to Redding, California, where we met with Zombie, who is the founder of Ember Valley. And he gave us the homegrown story, and we said, you know what, this is something that we could get behind. We can take this thing from 0 to 1,000 in a matter of months, and we did just that. So throughout the course of 2018, it was building out facility. 2019, we officially hit market. In April of 2019, we made our official debut at Hall of Flowers. From there, it took off like wildfire. So we've been on a steady glide path of growth since. I feel like we've earned a nice name and a nice position in the space since. It was earlier this year in quarantine, actually, when I conjured up the idea for the brand Far Out, which is, in all intents and purposes, on the other side of the spectrum from Ember Valley. At Far Out, it's very cheeky, it's fun, it's not taking itself too seriously by any means. At a certain point of my experience in the space, I started to realize that all of these brands, or at least most of them, were going down the path of taking themselves just far too seriously. And at the end of the day, weed is weed, it should be fun. So Far Out was really developed with the goal behind making cannabis accessible, fun, and something that you can really dive into from an experiential level via content. So we decided that creating a character behind the brand was a good way to go. The character is a three-eyed cat in a UFO by the name of Trip. He is voiced by a gentleman that I've worked with in the past on security jobs. The content is fun. Content in the cannabis space has since been sparse. I think that there's a huge hole for there to be creative content outlets to really spread this message that cannabis has to offer. And the best way to doing that is making that content a living, breathing, exciting thing that people can get behind. So when we built up this brand behind Far Out, that was really the main goal behind it, was how can we get to consumers, how can we get to patients that otherwise would not necessarily be open to the fact of consuming cannabis to replace other things in their life that might not be as healthy, that might not be as whole for their bodies and their systems. How can we get them in with the idea that, okay, this is actually not the scariest thing in the world. It can be fun, right? The pop culture of cannabis to this date has been really driven by stereotypes. How can we sort of flip that script and reverse it to the point where people are out there and they're excited about this? The main driver behind my use of cannabis early on in life was actually my mother, who had a horrible drinking problem growing up. And I saw all of the negative side effects that it came with. I lost her a few years ago to cirrhosis. That was a really challenging time in my life. And it made me realize that just because something is legal doesn't necessarily mean that it's beneficial towards you. So coming into the space in California when 64 wasn't passed, it was with that in mind that, okay, this is something that needs to be brought to the people because the alternatives are absolutely detrimental to people's lives and livelihoods and what it does to their families. So outside of being an avid smoker and enjoying cannabis as much as anyone else that I knew, the real personalized driving factor behind it was actually the relationship that I had with my mother and subsequently the relationship that she had with alcohol. So yeah, when we were developing the character behind Trip, it was top of mind that a lot of cannabis companies, a lot of the most influential names in cannabis have a figure behind them. And that figure is typically the person who founded that company, and they have a legacy behind them, and they have a huge personality behind them. And that just wasn't us. That position in the market wasn't anyone who is a part of the vision that we're trying to build. So creatively, we came up with a way that we could still sort of have that hold in the marketplace and have someone that is a brand champion, people can get behind, people can relate with. We just figured to do so in a much different way. And animated content has been something that I've been passionate about my entire life. So I figured, you know what, this would be a really great way to throw my hat in that ring, and that's sort of how we came up with that character. So Trip came to planet Earth with a ton of this proprietary strain that he grew on his home planet that made him famous over there, and he's coming here into California to, you know, spread that message, spread that love. The content that you would expect from, you know, his journey is a lot of stuff that, you know, original legacy operators can relate with from the, let's say, gray market days, and a lot of the challenges that the Prop 64 market offers as well. So it's definitely industry focused. It alludes to, you know, the challenges that we have to overcome in this space. So it definitely gives people an understanding of what it's really like on the inside, just done in a very fun and entertaining way. Yeah, I think the introduction of public markets in this space is going to be amazing when it happens in the United States. So when federal passes, you know, just seeing what that does to the space is going to be incredibly interesting to be a part of. Opportunism in this space is certainly something that shouldn't be overlooked. You know, the attractive elements that cannabis has to offer brings a wide array of people, and those people range from, you know, those who need this product to survive, to those that need this product because it's all they know, to those that just want to make a really quick buck off of this. And you know, we're in this stage now where I do think that the boys are being separated from the men when it comes to how business is conducted. So gone are the days where you could just have, you know, a bunch of flashy objects and an incredible market cap, and get away with stealing people's brand identity, their IP, and everything that they've worked for along the way. Once again, I'm Burke with Ember Valley and Far Out. I really appreciate you taking the time to listen to what I've had to say so far, and incredibly appreciative of the team at Immersia and how they're leading the way in cannabis wellness and connecting the dots in this ever-changing space.
We must keep moving. We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But by all means, keep moving.
Hi everyone, my name's Christine and I am the creative and PR manager for Yummy Karma. I am so excited to be here to share my cannabis story with you and just some background of Yummy Karma too. So we'll go right into it. So I've actually been in the cannabis industry for a little over 7 years. I started as a bud tender, actually. So cannabis had always appealed to me because I love the way that it helps people, and I also feel like cannabis just brings people together. I used to love, all the stories I'd hear as a bud tender. Day to day, I'd have these patients coming in, and I was part of just their regular routine. It was part of their life. They'd come in with their family members too, and I just always loved how cannabis brought people together. I have used cannabis myself for lots of things. So anxiety, pain, lots of pain from older injuries as a child, definitely for sleep as well, and inflammation too. So I have lots of uses for cannabis. I use, all the different methods, and I feel like there's so much value in all the different methods of consumption, from smoking the flower to the edibles to tinctures to topicals to the concentrates too. So I love it all. So I met Yummy Karma about a little over 3 years ago, and it was right after they had launched their High Gorgeous Infused Beauty line. So I was actually working in the cannabis industry as a bud tender and a brand ambassador, and then also in the mainstream world as a makeup artist. So when I met Yummy Karma, they had launched this infused beauty line, and it was the first time I'd ever heard of anything like that. So Yummy Karma was really kind of a marriage of my love of cannabis and my love for the beauty industry. And that's really, how it all started. So again, I have used cannabis for so many reasons, and I just love, again, how it brings people together. I used to hear so many stories from all of my patients as a bud tender, and I would constantly, try to educate myself more on cannabis and how it was helping them. And the patients would really educate me too, because I'd hear all of their stories of, how cannabis has changed their life. And I just knew that I wanted to stay in this industry and, keep sharing education and keep helping people with cannabis. So I was bud tending, about 3 years ago in LA, and I met someone from Yummy Karma and learned, what they were doing, and it just made such a huge impact to me. I mean, Yummy Karma is an all-women company, and from someone who's come from, the corporate world, the film world, the beauty industry, it was amazing to know that I could work with an all-women company here in the cannabis industry too. So Yummy Karma is actually founded by two amazing sisters, Crystal and Chelsea Kitahara. It was founded a little over 6 years ago, and we actually started in the industry making savory edibles. And so the reasoning for that is, one of the things that we love to do is we really kind of focus on a person or a lifestyle or a thing that's really marginalized and just, that's missing. And we try to do it, and we do it better. So we were making savory edibles back then because, 6 years ago, that was in the Prop 215 days. We know that all the edibles that were out there were just like sugar this, sugar that. So we were like, let's do something different here. So we made chips and popcorn, and they were a huge hit. They were really, I feel like they were one of the first kind of microdosing edibles that I'd seen on the market too, on top of just being savory and not filled with sugar. And so we're making our chips and popcorn, and our founder's mother was really struggling with sleep issues, like really just debilitating sleep issues throughout their whole life. She's tried so many different pharmaceuticals, nothing worked for her. She missed out on a lot of things too, missed out on a lot of parts of their childhood just from, struggling so much with her sleep issues. So Crystal and Chelsea were like, you know what? Let's see what we can do. So we're already making these, savory edibles. What else can we do that might help our mom? So that actually kind of led to our first tincture. So we called it Drift Away. We worked with an herbalist. We infused it with lavender, chamomile, magnesium, and melatonin, in addition to 300 milligrams of THC. And then we gave it a nice little flavor too, because, not everybody loves the flavor of, tincture oils in their mouth. And, we really worked hard on this product, and it turned out it changed her life. It was the only thing that actually helped her sleep and stay asleep and just feel regenerated when she woke up, and it just changed everything. She was able to get off all the pharmaceuticals, and once that happened, we were like, you know what else can we do? So that Drift Away actually led to all of our tinctures. We have over 20 tinctures now. It also led to us calling them cannabis drops, because especially if you're someone who's not really familiar with cannabis, a tincture is kind of a weird word. It's just, a lot of people think it's very medicinal sounding too, and we want our people to know that our tinctures are widely available, for anybody who wants to use cannabis. So that was just really awesome, and that's, kind of, we have a lot of stories behind our brand like that. So most of our products come from a family member or a personal story or someone we met, and we asked, what are you looking for? What's missing out there? And we made it. So High Gorgeous is our infused beauty line, and it was the first one out there. And it's pretty cool because the products are made to be just like the ones that you find out in big beauty stores, but they're just even better because they're infused with cannabis. So as a makeup artist, I love this. I mean, cannabis has so many great uses. It's an antioxidant for your skin. It helps, with irritations on your skin. It actually protects from free radical damage, which is damage that's constantly happening on the outside and the inside of your body. So, there's just so many great benefits to using cannabis in skincare. In High Gorgeous, really with High Gorgeous, it's all about empowerment, because, back in the day, we had all these cannabis topicals and they just smelled like weed on your skin. But now we're empowering women or anybody to be able to use cannabis in their day-to-day life and not, worry that they're gonna walk into the beauty salon and smell like a plant. They can feel fabulous, but also use cannabis all the time. So that's just huge to us. We really are all about ending the stigma around cannabis and just normalizing it in everyone's day-to-day life. So that is our High Gorgeous line. So that was end of 2016. Then last year, 2019, we're looking at the products that we make, and we're listening to our customers and, people who love our products. And we're like, what else do you guys need? And we had a lot of requests for just stronger formulas, products that were just, made for relief. So that actually led to our third brand, which is called Rehab. And Rehab is really for bodies who need the most healing. So we launched 3 topicals in that line. They're all high ultimate strength formulas. We've got a high CBD cream, a high THC, and then we've got a cooling roll-on. So these ones, if you look at High Gorgeous is really cute and sparkly and has great scents and pretty packaging. Rehab is really just focused on relief. So we give you, educational information on the packaging. It's got a really light scent. We wanted to go a different way from all of the sort of icy hot type medicinal creams that were out there on the market. So we went with a really soothing green tea scent with our creams. So you can feel relief, you can, help your pain or your inflammation or your nerve pain or whatever, but you don't smell like cannabis, you don't smell like icy hot, and it's just super beneficial for you. Those are our 3 brands with Yummy Karma. And I want to talk about just, something that we're really passionate about, which is actually education. One of our main taglines is know your dose. So we're just all about, educating people about cannabis and empowering them to know their dose, to make their own decisions about, how cannabis will help them, what's going to work best for them. And that's kind of why we make such a wide range of products too, because they all are really meant to be kind of like used together. You can make your own custom, cannabis lineup of what helps you get through your day. So I've been in the cannabis industry for 7 years, and it's been a really, fun, crazy journey. So I got back into the industry in the Prop 215 days, and, people might have said it was kind of risky to work in cannabis back then, but I just truly wanted to help people. I loved the connection that I would get every day from just meeting people and just teaching them about what this beautiful natural medicine that can help them. So I got into bud tending 7 years ago, really just from some friends. I knew some friends in the industry. Before that, I had years and years of retail experience. So moving into cannabis as a bud tender, even though I wasn't the most knowledgeable when I started, that retail experience really kind of just backed me up. I mean, if you can talk to people, then, you can bud tend. And if you can learn, then, you can learn about cannabis and you can teach it to people. So that was just really cool being able to have that opportunity to start bud tending back then. And from there, I just, I always loved education. And 7 years ago in the cannabis industry, no one was really focused that much on education in their dispensary. So I just made it a goal of mine to read what I could, to talk to all the brand representatives that I could. And from there, I actually started working as a brand ambassador here and there. So I started working as a brand ambassador for Leafly. I would work different events at dispensaries, the patient appreciation days. I would work at High Times, Cannabis Cup, all of those types of events too, Chalice, and I just always made sure to just keep learning and keep talking to people. And from there, I kept bud tending, kept working as a brand ambassador. And one day I was working in LA at Cannibal City, and I met Kimber from Yummy Karma. And, I always talk to, the patients and customers, but also I said the brand reps. So I was just chatting with her about, Yummy Karma and High Gorgeous. I shared with her my experience as a makeup artist and all, the past skincare experience I had too. And kind of the rest is history. It just all kind of flowed from there. With Yummy Karma, I actually started as a brand ambassador, and I, was working in LA and Orange County, a little bit of the Inland Empire too. And then, Yummy Karma actually moved me up into the sales manager for Southern California. And I did that for maybe like a year or so. And then I moved into being in charge of marketing. And then after that, I became creative and PR manager. So one of the things I just love about this company is we're able to really find out where we shine, and where we flourish. So, that's how I got here. And it's been great. And I just honestly, I keep educating myself. I keep learning more and more. And, we'll see. We'll see where it goes. So one of the things I love about Yummy Karma is our Yummy Karma is Good Karma initiative. So we actually started that this year. So many crazy things are going on in our world right now, and we really just wanted to just give back to the community that has supported us and that has helped us get where we are right now. So we launched Yummy Karma is Good Karma. With that, we choose causes that we're really passionate about, and we support them, whether that is by donating our time, donating money, or donating supplies. Earlier in the year, we donated gloves and masks to essential workers. And then during the summer, we launched our first Yummy Karma is Good Karma products, and we're so excited about those. So right now we have 2, and what that means is you'll see this kind of infinity symbol on our packaging. That means that your purchase of that product is actually helping to support a good cause around California. So we have Rainbow Sherbet Pride Drops in our YK Drops line. That tincture actually, purchases of Rainbow Sherbet actually help support LGBTQ rights around the state of California. We also have Campfire S'mores Drops, also part of our YK Drops line, and purchases of that product will help support wildfire relief in California, which is, really important, since that's something that, truly affects all of us. So, we're just excited to expand Yummy Karma is Good Karma and see where it goes, and just keep supporting you guys. So, yeah. Thank you so much for listening. We are so excited to be here and be part of Immersia Talks. You all have a great day, and take care and stay safe.
must keep moving. We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl, but by all means, keep moving.
Hey guys, my name is Ian McCall. I'm a former mixed martial arts world champion, UFC fighter. Now I have transitioned into a scientific researcher on the science of sports performance and all things psychedelic. Grew up here in Orange County, this lovely place, and I got into fighting at a very young age, martial arts since I was 4, just raised around sport. Went professional when I was 18 years old. What else am I gonna do? And had a career, I should say, that lasted 16 years. I accumulated a lot of damage through my life, traumatic brain injury, snowboarding, things like that. And through my cannabis story, I've not only healed myself, but my daughter, London. My whole life in healing started with her. Started with me running experiments on myself, my daughter, and my best friend, and who is another former world champion from this area, Shane Del Rosario, rest in peace, love you, big guy. But when you are at the top of your career, the top of your life, and you have a daughter that you're raising, and she falls ill because of your craziness and your actions, things I've learned in my new life in science is that stress can bring about things in your child. And that's exactly what happened. We stressed her out. She got juvenile rheumatoid arthritis, and then it all started. It was getting her off of things like methotrexate, which is a chemotherapy drug they were giving her for her immune system, painkillers, anti-inflammatory drugs. When your daughter's 2 and they're giving this to her, and you see her hair start to thin and these things start to happen with her her biology, it scares you. So I contacted every doctor, nutritionist, whoever I could, scientists, and they told me you need to get her off this stuff. And being a person that was raised around cannabis, my father smuggled cannabis around the world. Surprise! I don't know if you knew that about Grandpa. During the 70s, and I always knew the benefit of it. I always did. So, of course, it was right around the time Dr. Sanjay Gupta came out with his interview on 60 Minutes. I was already giving her cannabis. And, of course, people at the time turned to me and said, why aren't we giving this to her? And I said, I am, because I know it works. I know a thing or two about Rick Simpson oil and CBD and THC and how they convert in the body and work. And so we did that, and obviously diet and exercise are first. You have to know how to eat right. You have to know how to move your body and constantly do it, especially if you have as much energy as we have. It's a must. Your body's going to become stagnant if you don't move, especially if you're injured or you have an inflammatory response like she had. Being stagnant is no good. So that's again where I led it into performance. I started working with a company called Elixicure. We have the world's first and only FDA, BSCG, and GMP certified lab and product here in Orange County. No one else is even close. So that's why we work very closely with organizations like the UFC. One of my mentors, Jeff Nowitzki, the Golden Snitch, he makes sure that these bottles are at the UFC Performance Institute. They get a package every month from us. And they have, even working with a larger brand like Aurora, who completely blew their deal with them. So good job, guys. This industry has to be responsible. This is not about money. I didn't get into this for money. I got into this to help fix myself, my daughter, my loved ones. This industry is still real interesting and shady in that sort of way. It's business. You get this capitalist things happening and money. It's not what this is about for us. We grew up in Orange County. It's just, it's what we're around here. If you can't make it here, I don't know what to tell you. So that, again, that's not the issue here. This is about healing people and making people better. And for me, it goes into sports performance. So most people don't understand, or maybe they've seen an article, very few have read the article. There's 2 different studies, I do believe, out of Canada that show that THC and CBD both blunt the production of proteins in your body that help COVID bond to your immune cells. So you should be ingesting cannabis orally. You should be smoking it as much as you can right now because we have a crazy virus out there. It'll help you stay safe and alive. Then when it comes into performance, obviously cannabis is a painkiller. THC, all the different alkaloids in there, CBD and everything, huge with neuroprotective benefits. So, you know, whatever trauma you sustain in sport, because that's what happens in sports, we go in there and we brutalize ourselves for entertainment. We also give and receive PTSD in there in many forms. So, you know, if you can get down the inflammatory response in your body, cut down on the pain, be able to open up more of a third eye, flow state sort of thing, that's key for performance. Obviously, you can't take things like steroids and whatnot because that is cheating. But with something like cannabis, you know, it's plant-based. Like I said, not only studies are showing it's protecting you and healing you, but there is a lot of performance benefits. You know, you can actually physically stretch deeper, which I think has to do with threshold of pain and whatnot. But you know, there's a lot of science being done right now. It's pretty interesting. With me, I've been ingesting cannabis for a very long time. I'm gonna tell you this for the first time in your life. I started smoking when I was your age. Yeah, you're 8 years old. That's not good. But you've been ingesting cannabis since you were 2. Cannabis has never done me wrong, or her wrong. It's the other drugs you put in your system. As she knows, I had a problem with painkillers, you know, opioids throughout my career. Those don't kill pain. Those just mask you, make you numb. You know, this is, again, everything in the body that's bad leads back to inflammation. IBS, depression, whatever it is, injuries, a rash from a plant. You know, it's an inflammatory response that you can openly see. That stuff goes on in your entire body. So again, knocking that down is a huge part of what I call the McCall method. It's sounds a little egotistical. My building, you know, my name is on the side of a building or a business, I should say. This isn't about me. It's about the people, the platform that I have to bring in people like my fiance, who's been a scientist and UCLA professor for 26 years, to people that mentor me through philosophy and Greek mythology and you know, a lot of things that have to do with psychedelics from a long time ago, like Robert Forte. Breath coaches like Casper Van der Meulen, who were doing psilocybin-assisted breath work out in Holland. This all led to me getting an episode on HBO Real Sports shot on myself and my team of shaman, again, my fiance, and we got to work with 2 vets and myself and another fighter. And you know, this is a psychedelic psilocybin ceremony. But again, cannabis is huge in what I do because it will relax the body, relax the brain. It'll help you get rid of inflammation. And for an athlete, for a high performance vehicle like myself, or her, you know, it's when your body's inflamed, you can't move right, you can't think right. So yeah, cannabis is huge. It's been a medicine that I've used most of my life. So you know, like I said, it's never done me wrong. Oh, well, growing up, my mother was a chef, is a chef. She was a chef for Robert Mondavi, actually. So grew up around food and wine, and I've looked at cannabis as my wine. I don't drink alcohol, really, even though I'm wearing an alcohol shirt. I don't like alcohol. It's never done me right. So for me, I look at cannabis as like fine wine. You know, I bring home a $100 bottle of wine. You know, this is a $4,000 pound of this is a $4,000 pound of cannabis. You know, it's different. It's better. As food, yeah. I mean, Grandma, the kids know. You know, don't touch the. There's certain products in the fridge, certain chocolates or whatever you don't touch because those, you know, Grandma made them. Those have cannabis in them. You know, so it's always been a part of our life. I mean, and again, very healthy growing up here. Like My parents were world traveling hippies that were extremely healthy, and not only know how to cook the food properly, but cook the best food you could. So that was always a part of my life growing up. Obviously, having the means to afford a bunch of supplements and trainers, and I mean, you wouldn't think that this area in Orange County would breed a psychopath like myself who wanted to climb into a cage in my underwear to fight someone for blood money. But became the best in the world either way. It was something I excelled at, and I guess I was just a little bit different. But you know, Orange County, you have a beach culture. Beach culture is very physical and violent, so I guess it kind of makes sense. With most sports, drug testing is it's an IQ test. Pretty much all sports, it's an IQ test. So if you are not responsible enough to know your way around testing for things like cannabis, I mean, even most steroids, I'm sure, I know that for sure, because I've seen UFC take USADA and use it as a tool to make sure no one's using those performance-enhancing drugs. But they don't care about cannabis really. You can have, I think it's 150 nanograms per milliliter of urine or something. I can't remember the numbers. But the UFC is all about people smoking cannabis. I mean, they're okay with it. It's just they don't want you performing on it because, again, people like myself haven't shown enough science behind it. And they're a company that reaches out to me and asks me questions about this. They invite me to fights, to talk to fighters about cannabis and psychedelics and things like that. So, you know, I take my new career in scientific research very, very, very carefully and also with pride, because no one else is doing what I do out there, really. So it's interesting. It's fun. You know, I don't have a doctor in front of my name or a PhD, so I don't really give a shit. I don't have anything to lose, so I can put my neck out for people, and help them, and just be a blue check mark. You know, people out there with a blue check mark, be responsible. Whether it's for voting or whether it's for health and wellness or spirituality, right now is a big time to really be a good person. You know, we're having to sure vote against two evils, but there's a lot in between there, you know, and use this time like I have myself to get a master's degree in psychedelics or scientific research of this type. I beg of you. Well, thank you guys for listening to our story, and thank you for giving us this voice on this platform, Immersia Talks.
we must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl, but by all means, keep moving.
My name is John Reese. My cannabis story is complicated, painful. It's revival, it's redemption. It's the highest of highs and it's the lowest of lows, and it's the moderator of the two. It's the thing that checks my ego at the door. And I don't know how it does it, I don't know why it does it, but there's nothing more that someone like me, an impulsive, insane workaholic who is a creator and wants to create beautiful things, for me, it's the moderator. It's allowed me either not to kill myself or to be massively successful or a horrible failure. It's brought that moderation to my life. I grew up, in a really rough childhood. My cannabis story. So let's just go to my cannabis story. My cannabis story is basically a 49-year-old story, 59-year-old story. Anyway, I grew up in Arizona, and Arizona was at that time in the 1960s and 70s was a very Republican place, and it was the fucking wild, wild west. And so I grew up in a very Republican, very staunch Christian, very as Christian as it gets, Pentecostal, laying of hands. I went to a private Christian high school where you couldn't look at girls. You had to wear a monkey suit every day, and the list goes on and on. But it really hit me that I wanted to be successful, and I wanted to change the world. I wanted to do something special and fantastic. I always knew that. And so as I grew, I started a security company, and I got involved in a lot of reggae bands. So Peter Tosh, and I saw Bob Marley shows I did, Peter Tosh, the old school guys, and you would walk in, it would just be a fucking blaze and a haze, right? But you walk in and you get an instant high. And so marijuana was always this stigma plant. Oh, you smoke pot, wow, you smoke pot. It's the stigma plant. And as I tell my story, I'll walk through that process for me and understanding that and having a consciousness of how the importance of the plant. So going through in the kind of chapter one of my life in the security business, and had guys on tours and the Rolling Stones and U2 and doing NFL stadiums and all this big crazy stuff in the security business. In my mid-20s, a couple years before I found cocaine. And I not only found cocaine, but I sold cocaine in copious amounts at Arizona State University. My partner and I started a monolithic business, and it kind of funded and allowed me to get into like legitimate business ventures. A friend called and said that the DEA is on their way, and we flushed everything and nothing happened, or the DEA knew about us. So got out of the Arizona State University white powder provider. Never did cannabis. Never saw a benefit to it. Never tried it really because I don't smoke. And back then, the technology wasn't like it is now, where with edibles and tinctures and shots and all the things that you can consume the flower without smoking the flower. And I think that's a huge transitional point for the cannabis industry, for the cannabis wellness industry, for the space in itself, because there's a lot of people that have an aversion to smoking in any form. And so my caterer, so I then got out of the security business, started working with Guns N' Roses, toured the world with them, managed a bunch of bands in the 90s, and then in 2004, started in the festival space. and did a number of festivals from 2004 until right before the pandemic ended. I produced and came up with and designed 55 different music festivals, from Back to the Beach to a number of different events all over the United States. During that time, one of the festivals, and I believe it was the Mayhem Festival, which was a metal festival, and my caterer had brownies and had pot brownies. And I tried them, and I was like, wow, something just, because I was always an alcoholic, crazy alcoholic, or crazy heavy drinker. I could control myself. I'll take that back. Not an alcoholic, a heavy drinker. I could control myself, get up at 8 in the morning. Is that an alcoholic? Is it not an alcoholic? I'll go to a meeting, But anyway, with the marijuana, I found it through our caterer on the Mayhem Festival, and I ate some of that brownie, and something happened to me, and it changed my life. So then I started studying about it, and I was overweight. I was involved in a whiskey, and we were promoting the hell out of it. And one summer, I think we did 312 bottles of whiskey on my bus in one summer as we were promoting this whiskey. I got off that tour, and I thought I was 285 pounds, and just whiskey coming out of my pores, and gout in my feet, and just misery from drinking every night for a month and a half. And every band would come in, we were just pumping this sugar and this alcohol down our bodies. So I found these brownies, and it just changed my. And then LA got legal, and California got legal, and there was an ability to access. And finding that, and finding the ability to utilize cannabis for wellness factors, the day I stopped drinking and the day I started using cannabis, I was 285 pounds. My blood pressure was 150 over 105. I had gout every 6 weeks. I had a fatty liver that was issues. I had major health problems that would have, probably I'd be dead by now if it wasn't me to turn to cannabis 5 years ago. And sativa cannabis allowed me, because of what it does within my brain, has allowed me to lose 70 pounds and to completely turn my health around. I went a year, I think it was a year of an exercise regimen, but primarily sativa for this, because this is what eats. This isn't what eats, this is what eats. This is what makes you want to drink, this is what does everything. And so something in cannabis turns a lot of those things off. Those I'll have a whole bottle of whiskey instead of 2 shots. Works for me, and I tried it both. I tried it with no cannabis and no alcohol for a year, and I don't drink alcohol, hardly, but the cannabis has made a huge difference. And I went through some traumatic things with my business, with life, and I think out there talking to people, I find other people with like-minded experiences, the Burt McCrackens, the Dave Draymons, the different people that were in my circle of people that have had this experience of a cannabis wellness purity in their heart and in how they feel. Because at the end of the day, isn't it really about how we feel? It's about how we feel. And so you have the trade-offs of at fucking 2 in the morning and 12 vodka Red Bulls deep. You know what that trade-off is and that feel is in 8 hours when you wake up in the morning. You don't have any of that with cannabis. Nothing. You might get a little loopy in the head, but there's dosing regimens, and you stick to the dosing regimens, and you stick to what it is, and go. It can magically change your life, and I'm a product of that, from everything from health. And I want to share that story with a team of great people as we lead Immersia Connect, and we launch this amazing virtual event that we're doing called Immersia Connect. When launching Immersia Labs, and hoping to become a voice for people that can travel the world and speak to the benefit of cannabis, and this country can understand it. They need the tax revenue. There's a million reasons why not. There's the stories of the craziest things you've done on either one. Just ask yourself, what's the craziest thing I've ever done drunk? what's the craziest thing I've ever done while using cannabis? So I use cannabis. Now, I'm 59 years old, so the 80s were like, let's fucking rock, right? It was completely different than it is now, man. It was cocaine and hookers, and AIDS had just come out, but you still wanted to get your groove on. Like, it was the wild, wild west of drugs and staying up late. You didn't have any assholes on their phones. You had human connection with people, and that's what's missing. Well, that's a whole nother subject, but you know, the insanity of that, the paranoia of cocaine, the paranoia. I had, you know, my first child, I had done cocaine prior to her birth, and I would ask myself, cocaine is so good that everybody should be on cocaine, but that's this crazy head. You understand the perils of what it is and what brings it through. And, you know, in finding cannabis, it has silenced the demons, I think, in my brain. And, you know, whether that's through a, you know, really, really shitty childhood, whether it's through, you know, whatever, you know, whether it's through massive success and then massive failure and then massive success, who knows? But at the end of the day, it's allowed me to become the father that I want to be, the friend that I have to be, the integrity that I have in my life, and the passion that I have in my life. And it allows me to channel my energy to those four forces. And if I do that, I'm good.
We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl, but by all means, keep moving.
Hey guys, my name is Justin Cheadle. I'm an ex-NFL lineman and now I'm a current trainer here in LA. I played for the Kansas City Chiefs, the Packers, and the Steelers for a while. Then I moved out here and became a personal trainer. I lost 100 pounds and now I'm currently training athletes, one-on-ones, teams out here with speed and conditioning, and just out here trying to just help people live better lives. So as part of my journey, after playing the NFL, I lost 100 pounds. I was actively going to the gym, watching what I was eat, and again, putting my body through a different type of grind. That's when I started experiencing a little bit with the CBD oils, making sure my body was ready to go every day as I was trying to attempt to lose that body weight. I would probably say it helped tremendously and kept me going every day, just ready to go. And it's been cool to see just the wellness aspect of it and how it's growing in just the industry of being seen more and more and more. I think this is a great aspect and part of this industry, and I would like to see it to continue to grow because, as we know, there's a negative stigma on cannabis and there's a lot of benefits people do not realize. This is definitely one of them, and I definitely it was a great part of my story as I continue to grow in the fitness industry. So just another side of it all, as I moved out here into LA, I also worked for a medical device company and got to see a lot of different types of pain relievers, especially also as I've seen family members get sick, and it's just nice to also see another side of it all, right? Something like CBD oil to help relieve the pain people are having versus pills and everything. So it's been great to kind of see both sides and know that this side is an option and it does work. So something also that was really cool during this whole pandemic is even though gyms closed down, I was able to open up a virtual training platform. And this has allowed me to actually expand my all my clientele kind of in different areas and get to know different people and find different options. And it's been cool because I've talked to people and they're doing this too. They're recommending different CBD oils to try that have worked good for them, and just how it's worked with their joint pain and just relieve the stress within the body. So again, just in this pandemic, allowing to just expand my just brand and get to know people. I've learned more about this, and it's helped me a lot. So, yeah. I kind of got into a gym with one of my best friends. He owned a gym. I started training, and slowly became one of the top trainers there. Then became the director there. We've worked with plenty of teams, plenty of people, plenty of group fitness, one-on-ones, and it's just been great to kind of just expand within the LA area. We've actually grown and actually moved into another gym, allowing us to actually reach more collegiate teams and just kind of expand our brand, our gym, our knowledge in the fitness industry to others. So it's been great. The CBD oils, the CBD bombs, just things for joint pain, it's being used on all levels. I've had collegiate athletes kind of use them. I've had pro athletes use them, and this is really a thing. It's not just one person here, one person there, and a lot of people are saying it's helping them. It's also been cool to kind of see it outside the collegiate level. I've had a lot of friends and family who have had pain before, and they've been recommended CBD oils and CBD products, and this pain that they've had for a long time has slowly gone away. Maybe not gone away, but it's gotten better. Again, it's just nice to see this shine some bright light on this, because it's definitely something to look into if you're looking for an option that doesn't result in pills. So just what's next for me is I'm going to be right here in this gym out here called Madhouse. We'll have our grand opening as soon as COVID completely closes. We have a lot of fun things planned with pod talks, bringing a lot of just high entertainers and just athletes themselves, and also opening up like group camps. And I just plan on just doing what I do best, helping people learn their bodies and helping them get to their best versions of their physical self. And that's it, just kind of working on my brand, getting my name out there. I'll continue this virtual platform. It's been a great option for me, allowing me to reach different people that I cannot reach here in the LA area. So if you're looking to contact me, you can find me on my IG, JC_LTL Fit. And you can also look me up on my website, LTLfit.com. Awesome, guys. Just want to say, guys, thanks for having me here on Immersia Talks. I'm looking forward to checking this out, and I'm excited to be a part of this because it's time that we share some bright light on this. So thanks for having me. Talk to you guys soon. Thanks.
We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl, but by all means, keep moving.
Hi, I'm Zach Brown, account executive of Flourish Software. Moved to California actually about 3 years ago to get into the industry specifically. The plan was always to develop my sales acumen and apply it in some way to cannabis, but never really knew how I was going to be able to fit into the industry itself. Never had any cultivation experience, manufacturing experience, or distribution extraction. So as a salesperson, it was hard for me to find a fit based on my professional history. And I was going to all different events, whether that was licensed or unlicensed, just trying to find my place in the cannabis realm. And fortunately, I actually went to a Metric event. I met Brendan Amon, who's my now manager, and so I got recruited to Flourish, which was a good marriage of both my background professionally and what I was interested in cannabis. Part of the reason why I was so attracted to Flourish is because Flourish is this awesome blend of supply chain backgrounds as well as cannabis experience. So before Flourish in this industry, there was really only MJ Freeway and BioTrack, other softwares that were not doing much for the space in terms of reporting and business analytics. So I found that this is a program that's really actually making a difference for the industry and something that can help these operators who are not necessarily intuitive to this type of technology. But as far as myself, what attracted me to cannabis was always something as a resource to help me feel better, and I've seen the difference that it can make in the lives of others. As somebody with ADHD and anxiety growing up, I was always on drugs like Adderall, and it never really did much for me. So I finally found cannabis, and I think like a lot of us, it takes a while to find how it plays into your life, whether that's just the strain that fits for you, that's your dosage, your potency level. It starts to become more of a tool as opposed to a recreational resource. So yeah, growing my own plants now has been a really cool step in my relationship with the plants. Being able to be hands-on and not knowing much about this process beforehand. I think a lot of cannabis users don't understand all the work that goes into it. So I have a tremendous appreciation for the growers, the breeders, all the people that came before me that made this possible today and able to be so accessible. When we're looking on the highway and you see these billboards for weed maps, or a nug on a billboard that I never thought I would see, it's really powerful to see the way that the stigmas around this are changing. I know in my own case, and for a lot of people, it's something that's upsetting for their family members who don't really understand the value and the power and the benefits of cannabis. So my goal is to be able to see that stigma change and help people to see this as a medication, as a healing drug, and something that can make a lot of difference for the world. Flourish helps operators now make this transition to a legal market where they have to keep track of inventory, report to the state, monitor parameters that they maybe haven't even thought about beforehand, and put it into a digital and automated system so that they can get back to doing what they love and what they're passionate about, which is just the plant, growing, putting out a quality and clean product for the people. Coming from the East Coast, the cannabis culture is definitely there. Grew up smoking a lot of sour diesel, Chem Dog, Blue Dream, Green Crack, all those type of strong sativas. And then I got to California where you have all this selection, and the cannabis culture is something that's so much more open and not as clandestine. It really allows you to evolve your relationship with the plant, learning about how different strains affect you, having this information at your disposal, whether that's the potency of the product or the terpene profile. It's allowed me to go from not knowing what I was getting and trying to treat different things that I was going through without having a specific effect that I was going to be able to derive from that. So cannabis here in California, being able to pull different strains, indica, sativa, different potency levels, allows me to get the right medication that I need for whatever it is that I'm feeling that day. I think a big challenge in cannabis today is overcoming the stigma around the black markets, or the traditional market, so to speak, and in contrast to the legal arena that we're in today. Both are dependent upon one another. You know, the market as it exists does not exist without the legacy people who are there doing this underground, and a lot of people are scared away by this idea that cannabis is a drug, it's affiliated with crime, it's affiliated with crime organizations, and they can be trepidatious about going to try it because of those reasons. So the accessibility of the now legal or licensed market is allowing people to try the product in a way that's much more inviting, and people can find out the right fit for them, so they're not just diving into the deep end off of a recommendation or something that they don't really know. In my own consumption, I like to smoke at the end of the day to unwind, take away some of that anxiety left over from the day, release some of that negative energy. A lot of times I like to smoke before I work out. The first time I really got into cannabis was in high school. We used to, like anybody else, go smoke in the woods after school, and never really had any concept of what kind of product I was getting, or what the quality was. You know, we would just do it as kind of a ritual amongst our friends. And then I think there's a natural progression where you start to understand that this is something that really can have a big impact at a personal or a collective level, and you find that group of friends of yours who are the ones that smoke, or I'm sure all of us have relationships that were built from passing a J somewhere along the lines before that was something you're not really supposed to do germ-wise. I think one of the things that surprised me the most about entering into the cannabis industry was how inviting and welcoming other more established professionals in the space were. I reached out to several people who I had looked up to, and either got in immediate contact with them or got in contact shortly thereafter, and was blown away by the amount of support for somebody who was new, and not having to really ingratiate myself to those folks who had not only more of an acumen, but more of a credentials, so to speak, in the industry. It really is a cannabis community where everyone wants to help each other grow, and it's all for the greater good of moving the plant forward for the people. Really excited to be a part of Immersia. I look forward to seeing you all at Immersia Talks November
We must keep moving. We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But by all means, keep moving.
So my name is Danny Brownstein. I was born and raised in Israel, and I came here 10 years ago. Thanks for having me at Immersia Talks. Glad to be here and talk about my own perspective and journey in the cannabis space. So, as I mentioned, I came to the US from Israel about 10 years ago. I was a diplomat at the Israeli consulate, so totally far away from the cannabis industry. And then in 2016, after moving to a different job, I decided to start GrassFed. And for me, it was like a personal opportunity in a way. I got laid off my company, and back in 2016, legalization was on the horizon. And it was right, I think, in October before the election. All the polls says that cannabis is going to be legalized in some way or another in California. And essentially, I wanted to join this industry. I thought it's exciting times to be joining this rapidly growing industry. And so I started to do homework, read, meet people, and think about various ideas and concepts that I can be part of in this industry. And I want to say that I had probably 9 or 10 bad ideas and only 1 or 2 good ideas. And I hope that I went with a good one, which is grass-fed. And grass-fed, in short, is a cannabis hospitality service company. Essentially, we provide various cannabis services to private events, whether it's a wedding, an album release party, a birthday party, a holiday party, you name it. Basically, everywhere where cannabis needs to be incorporated in a social gathering, we basically bring our smoke-free solutions. And I'll expand about our different services shortly. So at the very beginning, we threw cannabis dinners in LA. We were one of the first to throw high-class, sophisticated cannabis-infused dinners here in LA in 2016. And the idea was to combine between music, cannabis, and food, which, when you think about it, they're all elements that connect people all over the world. So basically, we wanted to connect those three elements. So, for instance, we combined Arabic and Middle Eastern music with Greek and Middle Eastern food and created an event behind it. Same with soul and funk food. So we took soul and funk music, combined it with soul food, and created a very exciting event series. Then after, I want to say 7 or 8 dinners, all sold out dinners, we decided to expand our business and hosting larger standing social events, also around live music and immersive technology. One of our bestsellers event series that I think you've been in the past. Marijuana Madness is a 3-part series telling the true story of cannabis prohibition in different eras. So the first part was dedicated to the jazz era, the second part was dedicated to the psychedelic era, and the third part, which didn't happen yet, would be dedicated to our current days. And then essentially we decided to take our business model of creating and curating cannabis events and to apply it to the private sector, meaning that if you or anyone else like to incorporate cannabis in the most sophisticated and clean way, then as I mentioned, we bring our staff and our services that include our signature vape bar that you can vape both flowers and concentrates. Um, it also includes our signature mocktail bar where we infuse and mix crafted mocktails with both THC and CBD, as well as strain-specific terpenes, and also edibles. So microdosed edibles, both CBD and THC, made by one of the best chefs in the LA area. So that's more of what we do these days. Yeah, I think changing the perception of the plant, that's one of our main goals, to shift the stigma and show the world that this plant is magical. And it doesn't matter if you compare it to other medicines, okay? So it could be a great alternative medicine to opioids, and we know why. Opioids kill you, cannabis doesn't kill you. But also when you compare it to alcohol and other recreational substances, it's considered to be safer and healthier. And I personally love alcohol, but after hosting over 100 cannabis parties, I can tell you that cannabis is also safer when it comes to the state of mind of your guests. And while alcohol could be a hostile substance in a way, making guests be unrespectful, hostile, violent sometimes. With cannabis, even if a guest will overconsume, worst case scenario, they can maybe become sleepy or a little bit disconnected from the environment. But nonetheless, no one will act violently. No one will be hostile to other guests. So yeah, cannabis first and foremost is a safer substance, period. Then when we're taking, when we're talking about changing the stigma and showing the sophisticated sides of cannabis. When I grew up, and I assume also most of us, cannabis was demonized. It was a taboo. No one did it in social gathering in front of everyone. If guests wanted to use cannabis, I can talk about my wedding. That was 6 years ago. People just rolled joints, went to the parking lot or to like took a very quiet angle in the event and used cannabis discreetly, because back in the days, not too long ago, it was a shame to consume cannabis. So not anymore. We want people to go out of their green closet and be vocal about their cannabis consumption and be proud about it. And obviously, taking the stoner stigma away, trying to eliminate the stoner stigma, um, and no longer show off, dirty bongs or ashtrays or anything that reminds us of this stoner stigma culture that we're trying to forget, and try to welcome the new users into a sophisticated and clean a cannabis consumption manner, if it makes sense. So that's why I feel that we at Grasswood believe that smoking is one of the biggest hurdles when it comes to making cannabis part of mainstream. And as much as I like smoking myself, most people don't smoke, whether it's cannabis or alcohol. And I think it is a very strong barrier to many users, new users, to come and enjoy cannabis for the first time. So once you eliminate the smoke and you eliminate the odor and the hotbox environment, then I think you can expect more and more people to embrace this magnificent plant. And last, I would say that at grassroots events, we saw many instances of members that obviously came to our events because they like cannabis. Nonetheless, they brought their spouses, wife, husband that were not consuming cannabis that time, and we're able to convert them and basically uh, be the first platform to serve them cannabis for the first time. And what we learned is that many of our guests appreciate the non-smoking approach, the non-smoking environment, the fact that they don't feel intimidated from a hot box or a smell that they just don't feel comfortable with. And again, just to make it straight, I love cannabis smell, and I know many cannabis users that appreciate the smell. But when it comes to embracing the mainstream, bringing more and more users to the game, I think smoke should be out of the equation eventually. Many folks from the industry here in California see Israel as the number one or two country in the world when it comes to cannabis research, which is true. But when it comes to cannabis culture, Israel is still way, way in the back. Just to give you a reference, currently there is in Israel a medical program where I think 80,000 patients are being treated with medical cannabis. Nonetheless, recreational cannabis is still not legal in Israel. There are two initiatives to try to legalize it, hopefully next year. But in terms of legal status, it's still illegal to buy, possess, and use cannabis publicly. So there is a big gap between the research side and the culture side. And while the research was always there, and when I say always there, just to give a reference to your listeners and viewers, THC was discovered in Israel for the first time in 1964 by Professor Meshulam, and he discovered both THC and then later on CBD. And since then, Israel has become at the forefront of cannabis research. When I when I started to use cannabis for the first time, we're talking about 1999, so 21 years ago. The cannabis quality was not the best in Israel. It definitely improved over time, but back then, the only product that you could have bought, from a dealer was hash, whether it's good or bad hash. But we didn't have any medical cannabis back in the days to purchase, at least not legally like you can buy today in the Israeli market. Um, Other than that, I can tell you that still the quality of the product in Israel is not as good as the products here in California, generally speaking, for various reasons. But yeah, I think that in the next few years, we'll see cannabis culture progressing rapidly in Israel, and I hope to see other countries, not only Israel, that are conducting cannabis research, because I feel like research is an essential part of our industry and is essential to the growth of this industry as well. After the age of, like, when we say we, I would say I would talk about myself first, but our society suffer from insomnia, from lack of sleep. I read different articles, but anywhere from 70 to 80% of of Western population suffer from sleepiness or some type of insomnia. Same here. So because I'm Israeli and I'm a veteran, I served 3 years in the Israeli army. Um, Although I wasn't diagnosed with PTSD, I had some issues sleeping at night, having some nightmares from this harsh period of my life. And so sleepiness was always a problem that I needed to deal with. And cannabis always helped me. Since I use cannabis, I discovered that it could be very beneficial when it comes to my own sleep, relax my body and mind, um, and having more of a balanced lifestyle in a way, and make me forget some of the traumas that unfortunately I had to experience during my army service. So definitely lack of sleep and relaxation. Um, Cannabis had a key part in solving these issues with my mind and body. I would say because of the pandemic, Grassfed, we are working on a new online event series these days um, that will combine basically consumption, mutual consumption, as well as musical performances from great artists that I cannot say their name yet. And in addition to that, we're also working on an online marketplace that essentially we will bring the grassroots experience to the comfort of your home. Because we're unable to do real-time events or social events, we wanted first to be able to engage with our current members, and then also bring more or less the same experience to the comfort of your home. So in a few weeks, we are going to start sell some of our favorite vaporizers and accessories that we use in our own events, whether private or pop-up events. And also, we are working to launch a new strain-specific terpene flight. I cannot say too much about it, but I can say that the end user will be able to purchase strain-specific terpenes in order to combine it with their cookings, drinks, dabs, and smoking. So not sure if you already spoke about terpenes with one of your guests, but terpenes are essential oils that give cannabis its distinct flavor and taste. And that's why we love cannabis so much. We like to taste it and smell it so much. And essentially, this flight will give the end user the ability to choose their own first THC and CBD ratio, and then choose their own specific strain that they would like to use in the specific moment. So essentially give the end user different types of mindsets to choose from. So that's happening also, I want to say, towards December, I hope. My name is Danny Brownstein, and thanks for being with me at Immersia Talks.
We must keep moving. We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But by all means, keep moving.
Well, you know what? Basically, when I first got into cannabis, it was really about my mother was really sick. She was dying from cancer, and the pain was so intense with her, and I hated to see my mom like that. I'm growing up, and I'm seeing my mother who raised me, who birthed me, and stuff like that. So I wanted to see what I can do to shrink that, or make her be pleasant for the last days of her life. And I got introduced to Scott. Scott thought of a good idea and a good concept to bring a lot of stuff together and do that. And I was just thinking about just be medical wise. Everybody knows I don't smoke weed, and I don't do none of that. I don't do none of the flower stuff. So, but it's one of them things that I grew up in Oakland, California, and everybody in the streets know me. I'm a little street guy, you know what I'm saying? But I play basketball. That's about it. And it's been a journey, because after that, when my mom passed, I decided that I wanted to get into cannabis to make people, get on stuff before that, to get off meds, so that things that couldn't go back to their bodies and medicine that goes in their bodies and messes them up. I think cannabis makes it a free thing, makes it natural, and do things like that. And then I met a guy named Burner, which everybody knows is just with cookies, and he's a big fan of mine. We're from the same area, we're from the Bay Area. And he had a strand that it basically came 2020. And then they said, let's pay homage to the OG, and gave it to me. And we met, and next thing you know, we came up with the Gary Payton strand out of cookies. And as everybody knows, it's one of probably the top flowers that's running right now. And it took off. And it just took off, and I'm happy that I did get a chance to do that, because now I'm a big name in cannabis, and I'm very a part of cannabis, and I'm going to be doing a lot more things with it. I think it's going big in sports, because if you think of it now, a lot of sports in baseball, basketball, football, hockey, I think everybody has now cut that out of their anti-doping drug when they test for it. They don't test for marijuana anymore, because they know that these guys, that's what their satisfaction or their relaxation, and a lot of them are doing it. And that's what it is. If you look at this pandemic, how much do you think that strands of weed and everything has gone up? That's all they do when they were sitting in the home. They were smoking and probably eating. People was getting fat and having a relaxation. So I think that's becoming really big in sports. You know, it was really big. I don't know how far it's going to go. We wanted to probably go far where we can get it into there that people can recover from it, and that's what we're trying to educate a lot of people about, is that you can recover in bad bath bombs and the oil and all that. You can recover from this, and it's not a drug that's going to hurt you or be negative to you or do something in the long run that's going to make your kidneys fall or make your liver fail. That's what we're trying to educate people into now. But we have to, that's where our education has just going to come. Yeah. That's why you're going to have to understand that these guys don't want to take medications. You don't want to take Vicodins. You don't want to take nothing like that, because what are you going to do? You're going to get hooked on it. And then when you get hooked on it, then that becomes a problem. With marijuana, I think that you don't become hooked on it like that. It's not a drug like that that's going to get you hooked on it, and then you be doing stuff that you want to, stuff that you ain't supposed to be doing. And if it can mellow your mind and get you to relaxing and feeling well, why not have it? Why not do it? And that's what people ought to understand. It's not as a major drug like that. It's a drug that's going to satisfy you. If you can get somebody to smoke a blunt and just relax and be mellow and sit on your couch and be relaxed, and then instead of having somebody on Vikings every day and then they're trying to go rob somebody, or they're trying to sell some of their baby clothes or something to get that because they're so hooked on it on the high, why not do the weed or the strand and be a little bit mellow, and we don't have to go through all of that. And it's starting to be legal in a lot of states. You know what I'm saying? So why not go that route? You know it's going to become more mainstream. Everything is starting to become around these strands of weed. You see how many is out there now. We're naming a lot of different things. You got cereal, you got Kush, you got the Gary Payton. You got everything coming. It's just a different brand of how you grow it, how strong it's going to be. You know? And yes, from 10 years ago, think about it. People were going to jail for running marijuana, pounds of marijuana. That's why a lot of people are trying to get out of jail right now, because now it's starting to get legal. And you see it in 10 years how marijuana has changed and how legal it's become. You know, and when 10 years ago you were going to jail for 15, 20 years with Fed stuff to go to jail, but now it's starting to be legal because they're trying to understand more about weed and how it's not considered a bad thing or a bad drug. I see Gary Payton's brand becoming a big brand. You know, I'm doing everything. You know, we got a lot of deals on the table right now in drinks. We got them in gummies. We got them in bombs. We even coming out with a shaving product. You know, hair, bald head, everything. We're doing a lot of things. We got a lot on the table, and everybody's gonna see the Gary Payton brand be out there. As when my brand comes, and then I start owning everything and putting it under my brand, and then we're gonna start bringing it out, and then I can become a person where you got to come to me and we get everything that I'm doing in our brand. But I think the best thing for me is when you have the rubs. You know, people are ailing. You know what I'm saying? Think about myself. I played 17 years in the NBA. Right now, pensioners and stuff like that are coming back at the age of 50 or more. And you want to have something that you can go to bed at night, because sometimes you're sleeping, your back is hurting, your neck is hurting, your arms is hurting. Have a rub that you can rub on, and you become mellow and you become feeling good. People want that, and it doesn't hurt you in the long run, or 4 or 5 years later or 3 years later, that, okay, I put this in my system to knock down the pain, but now my liver is giving out and my kidney is giving out because of that medicine. You know what I'm saying? But we have a rub that's going to solve something and get us right until we find out what's really going on in our bodies. Exactly. And that's what I'm trying to do with all that. And that's what the Gary Payton brand is going to bring you. We're going to bring you every variety of things that we can bring you. We're going to bring you cigars. We're going to bring you blunts. We're going to bring you all of this. This is what we're going to bring you with the drinks, with all of that. Hand sanitizer. We're going to do a lot. You know what I'm saying? And I got it going on with that right now. We're in California only now, but we're trying to base out everywhere. Yeah. A lot of the states are now asking, how can we get your stuff? And once we get to that point where we can start shipping, get our license to ship everything and do that, that's why we build it up. That's why we make it to where we are. That's what cookies have done for me, because they got it in a lot of major different other states, and that we're building it. You know what I'm saying? Now the Gary Payton brand is going to do the same thing, and that's where it starts. You know, we get that thing, and then we start putting it under there. And don't get it underestimated or misconstrued that Cookies is the one that got Gary Payton to really where he was to put him out there, and we're still with that. And my guy Burner is one of my best buddies. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna keep that going to keep all that doing it. You know, and the group that I'm with now, Medicare, is another group that the group that I'm going with now to get it all going. Is they're gonna be a big process of this too. But we're all gonna collaborate and be as one. We're gonna make as one. We're gonna all get together and try to make better for everybody in this world, so that we can have a product that's gonna be good for everybody.
Awesome. What do you think about it being federally legal? Do you think it's gonna be a good thing for the industry, or do you think it's going to shake things up a little bit?
It's gonna shake things up. You know, it's gonna shake things up. You know, the government's gonna come and try to buy everybody out. They're gonna try to do a lot of things, make us be irrelevant to things. But we have to understand and be smart. You know, do we want to do that? You know, are they going to force us to do something like that? You know, they're going to try to probably put up taxes a lot more on everything. But we got to understand, this is the world. This is how it's going to go. You know that's going to come in from the day, but we have to be prepared for that. You know what I'm saying? To me, I'm going to have to hit them over the head and make them pay a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? So, but we're not going to get away from that. This is going to come to a point where, it's going to be the people are going. The government's going to come and try to buy up everything. All my buddies right now are asking me for rubs. Yeah. That's all they're doing. They're saying, they're coming to me and say, Gary, man, what's up, man? Give me that stuff, man, that was at your launch, man. Man, that stuff is working for me. Yes, I see it a lot. And that's why I'm so amped up about this, because I want to see this happen. Everybody can have a vape pen and be feeling better. That's what we want to do. You giving the best example right now about your grandfather. Yeah. Your grandfather's 93 years old, and he couldn't get out of bed, but he tried something. Well, we're trying to tell you what it is. It's not going to hamper his health or nothing. If it's going to get him up at 93 years old and get him his best life lasting, and it can make him last some more years of his life and be happy about it at 93, I'm happy. I wish I could have did this to my mom before she passed. You know what I'm saying? So it satisfies me if I hear things just like what you just said. That's what I want to do. I want to say that a 90-something-year-old man tried one of my things, and it made him happy and made him start doing stuff that he ain't never did in about 2 to 3 months or even a year, and now he's getting up and he's doing more things than he ever done before because he did that. Yes, that's what I want to get to.
We must keep moving. We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl, but by all means, keep moving.
My name is David Draymond, and this is my cannabis story. I guess I first tried cannabis when I was in 7th grade, way back in the day. Herb and I have a long history together. It has always been a perfect means of balancing for me, for being able to achieve clarity and peace. My brain can be a pretty busy, insane place, and my ability to be creative has been helped tremendously and aided tremendously through calm, and the calm and serenity achieved from a THC high. I would say 95% of the music that I've written was written under the influence of cannabis. From a health perspective, one of the things that has plagued me over the course of my life, it's hereditary, is high blood pressure. If I'm doing cannabis on a regular basis, I don't even need to touch the blood pressure meds. It regulates it better than any pill I've come across, and does it so much more comfortably. It's just, I can't even stress the amount of benefit I get from having a touring body that has suffered 24 years of this business, to have something that has anti-inflammatory agents that continuously work to keep my inflammation and my pain that I have all over my body from what I've done to it over the course of my career in check. I don't have to take Advil on a daily basis like a lot of other people do. I don't have to take my blood pressure meds. I don't have to worry about a lot of the things that people need other medication to worry about. And truth be told, is it brings you, besides the mental calmness and serenity, the physical calmness and serenity that goes along with it. I can't say enough about what cannabis can do. The stigma that has existed over the course of decades, since the reefer madness days, is absolutely unjustified. There's no reason why you should have such a welcome perception for a drug like alcohol and have the type of stigma that's attached to cannabis. People really need to accept that this herb is literally a gift from the powers that be and has so many potential uses. Then you even get down to the actual pulp of the plant itself, hemp, the industrial applications, the different utilizations for it, that it can be a replacement for plastics, that it can help with our carbon footprint, that it can be used for building, for materials, for anything you could possibly imagine, for clothing. I mean, the applications and the positive benefit that this plant could have and does have for the world are countless and almost immeasurable. And the fact that we still have to struggle with its legalization is asinine. That leads to another significant factor in that financial institutions doing business with cannabis companies is something that we can't dream of in a real sense yet because of the federal issue. And so that in and of itself is a stretch for cannabis companies to be able to just operate and to be able to stay cash positive, to be able to stay in the black. The amount of expenses from a tax perspective in terms of what exists currently, and in terms of an overhead perspective as far as security expenses, as far as transportation expenses for just even cash. People are transporting their cash at their businesses via Brinks trucks. I mean, it's just, insanity the way that the sector has been forced to operate for so long, when it has so many so much positive benefits to the entire world. It never ceases to amaze me. I have often enjoyed making it a regular routine for myself and groups of my buddies to visit the Mecca of all things cannabis, or the place that has been the Mecca of all things cannabis for generations, and that is Amsterdam. I love the culture. I love the vibe of a city that is so responsibly accepting. I think that there's such wisdom in how they do what they do, and the vibe there, and the cannabis culture in and of itself is incredibly welcoming, friendly, open, strong, and potent. And it's worth a revisit, even if not even in the US where things are legal and things are, in the areas where they are legal, it still hasn't achieved the vibe of the cannabis scene that Amsterdam has. That's something that I would love to see more of in this country. That's something that I'm hoping that Vegas can end up becoming for this country. I think they're already, laying the groundwork for that. But for there to be a cafe culture, a cannabis cafe culture similar to what exists in Amsterdam in the United States would be an amazing thing. So in traveling all over the world prior to this pandemic, seeing how cannabis culture is continuing to advance all over the globe, and that finally the United States is not only at a point where they've caught up with many places, but in many ways they've become a pioneer. Certain sections of the United States. You couldn't go to Amsterdam 10 years ago and you wouldn't hear people in Amsterdam claiming that the best strains that they can get their hands on are coming out of Northern California. That's something that you wouldn't have heard. And so, and the change in perception in the United States in particular, more than anywhere, I would say, has been dramatic. Dramatically more accepting, dramatically more understanding, dramatically more, just clear about the fact that this is something that has true medical benefits to people, and that has so much more upside than any perceivable downside. It's kind of like the, oh God, what was that band back in the day? Shit. Dude died in a car accident. Great band, Sublime. I don't smoke 2 joints in the morning, probably 2 bowls in the morning. It just kind of, wherever I need another little pick-me-up over the course of the day. It's not a constant thing, but it's a regular thing, I would say. When I'm not on tour, it's just such a nice, relaxing agent. When I'm touring, I can't burn. I can still ingest, but I can't burn because I need to just watch the lungs. I need full capacity for the singing and everything else. But, just even from that perspective, edibles and tablets, and I'll take tablets at night when I'm on the road and I can't burn, just to help with sleep, because, travel is rough and you need the sleep when you can get it. And instead of going with typical over-the-counter sleep aids to try and get you onto some sort of time zone when you're jumping from one end of the country to the other, THC pills are an amazing way to really, really, accurately help with your sleep. I love them. In closing, I think that, the more that we can continue to communicate the truth about cannabis and the many, many positive benefits that the plant offers to the entire world, to all of us, the better we all will be for it. I think that the better and the more frequent and more effective our lines of communication and being able to destigmatize, the better a chance we have of rectifying things sooner than later. So I think that this platform and what it, the potential that it holds are amazing. Being a professional singer and being a cannabis consumer and user is often challenging, but it doesn't need to be. Cannabis, THC, in and of itself, whether you burn it or you ingest it or anything else, it does that wonderful thing that we all love to refer to as cotton mouth. It's just about anybody. That's about the worst you're ever going to get from taking a THC pill. And if you're a professional singer, you are hydrating yourself like a maniac on a regular basis anyway. And as long as you time your doses away from your performance and you make sure to rehydrate effectively, the benefit that actually doing THC pills on a regular basis does for you is it keeps your body relaxed. It keeps your instrument, your body, relaxed. The way that any singer can truly be more powerful is to be more resonant. And the only way that any instrument, whether it's your body or anything else, can resonate is if it is loose. If you are tight, if you are stressed, if you are all pent up and all clenched, you can't vibrate, you can't resonate, you can't emit that sound. That's classical operatic technique, utilizing all of your nasal passages, your entire vocal apparatus. And some people, you know, some vocal coaches will even encourage certain singers who don't have acid reflux issues to take a shot, you know, prior to going on stage just to break the nerves. For me, if I'm doing cannabis regularly, I don't have to worry about anything like that. I'm relaxed. I'm ready and I'm focused. And like I said, you have to be responsible with it, like with anything. And if you're irresponsible about it, you'll get reminded pretty quickly. But it can be incredibly beneficial. And lung capacity is something that you kind of have or you don't. And you can actually increase to a certain extent. But whether you're, if you're a singer and you can handle the holding out a note for an indefinite period of time that seems fairly long to the average person, you probably have a pretty significantly large lung capacity to begin with. And that means you probably can take in more smoke than the average person. So the only downside for singers is we probably get higher than you do. I love that Israel's become you know, they're at the forefront of trying to really see what the benefits are of medical cannabis, of seeing what the threshold for the benefits are. I love how progressive Israeli medicine has been over the course of decades now, and that they're a forerunner in this sector just makes me even more proud.
must keep moving. We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl, but by all means, keep moving.
My name is Travis McVeigh. I'm a United States Marine Corps veteran. I had the honor to serve as a Marine Guard for President Bush Sr., the 41st President of the United States. While you're in the Marines, you meet people that become your brothers and sisters, and two of my friends unfortunately gave the supreme sacrifice for our country. My friend Richard Gaston became an Indiana State Trooper, but unfortunately killed in the line of duty. He had one daughter who was 6 months old. My other friend, Thomas Rav John, got out of the service, became a Phoenix police officer, got called back up, went back and fought in Iraq and fought in Afghanistan. And he was killed in the War on Terror in 2009. He left 3 daughters. So that inspired me for my first entrepreneurial journey, which is to create Heroes Vodka. We've been raising our glasses to our warriors for centuries. So why not create an American-made spirit, which is vodka? The Russians did it, but I think we could do it better. So we launched about 9 years ago. I donate 10% of all my profits back to American veterans and their families. And through this process, I met a friend of mine, Stephen Cochran, and a lot of other veterans. And I realized a lot of these were put on what we call this combat cocktail that the VA puts us on. Stephen was injured in Afghanistan, broke his back in 5 places. So they put 5 pounds of cement in his back, and they had him on these opioids that just made him feel like a zombie. So we started talking, and I use cannabis myself. I've had my arm rebuilt twice, and it's really helped me with my anxiety and different things like that. So we started switching Stephen over to that. And also through my journey with the vodka, I seen where veterans were mixing alcohol with opioids, and that's a recipe for disaster. So I felt obligated to use my platform, not only talking about using alcohol responsibly, but also cannabis, because prohibition is ending it for cannabis now, basically. And I wasn't alive in 1939 when prohibition ended for alcohol, but I'm alive now. I don't think we took the opportunity to properly teach people how to responsibly take alcohol, but we have this opportunity now to teach people how to use cannabis safely and effectively. And it's like I was telling you earlier, it's a shame that we have to be a criminal in many states to get the medicine that we deserve. I mean, the Israelis have been giving their military THC now for a few years, and it's been highly effective in post-traumatic stress. We're losing 22 veterans a day to suicide, and it's up 20% during COVID. And most veteran households, regardless of state, age, or political affiliation, support research in legalizing medical marijuana. And according to a poll commissioned by the American Legion, which is one of the biggest veteran organizations we have, 92% of veterans support research into medical cannabis, as well as 93% of veteran caregivers support this. 1 in 5 veterans use cannabis to alleviate symptoms of physical or a mental medical condition. It really helps. And this should prove to lawmakers that this is a politically safe topic. You know, this is no longer reefer madness. This is 21st century science that we've proven over and over that it helps our veterans. Why not give us that opportunity that we fought for, the right to choose what we want to take that makes us healthy and safe. And like I say, many vets like my friend Stephen I was talking about earlier, and Boone Cutler's another big supporter of cannabis. He was in Walter Reed for over a year. I mean, the man could not sleep without taking cannabis. They had him on this combat cocktail for 7 years or 4 years. Now he's been on cannabis for 7. And it's really, really helped him. It's made him feel not like a zombie. There's a learning curve to cannabis, especially with all the methods that's out there, but there's different strains for different people. You just got to have to learn what's good for you. And one of the notes I had here, some use it for sleep, some use it for anxiety, some for pain. And cannabis doesn't make you a zombie unless a person wants to feel like a zombie for an hour or so. But, many veterans feel totally powerless when they're taking opioids. They're not themselves. So, but like, Boone was saying, cannabis can't stop his breathing while he's asleep, and you can't overdose or become addicted. But he goes on to say, many people say that it is addictive, but it's, in fairness, some say that it is addictive, but he says it's as addictive as a comfortable mattress. You'd miss it and maybe feel sad, but it won't be like detoxing crack. These opioids are very, very hard to get off of, and these veterans can't find the medicine they want, and I believe that really causes them to feel powerless. A lot of them are committing suicide because of this. So that's why I started a brand called the United States Medical Cannabis Company, to show people the proper way to use cannabis and make it normal, because it is normal for us to take. You know, it's a lot safer than alcohol. It's a lot safer than opioids. So that's kind of the reason I got into this. We're launching in California very soon, probably the next month or so. So we'd like to have a lot of support out there for that, and really open up a platform to talk to veterans about cannabis. Like I say, we did the research, we did the polls through the American Legion, and over 90% of people want this approved. So that's kind of why I got into the game, because it's very personal to me. It's not about getting stoned. It's not about getting drunk. That's what I would have created Heroes Vodka for, was a way to celebrate those that go above and beyond, because I'm not the hero. The heroes are the ones that didn't make it home. And a lot of these guys made it home, but they're not themselves now through unfortunately, the use of opioids. And some people need it, but also I think it can be treated a lot more effectively with cannabis, and it's a lot cheaper alternative for them to take as well. A little system. I just know a little bit about the THC, the CBD, the CBG, and CBN. But with that, it's making so much effectiveness in treating veterans. I don't understand the light nor electricity either, but it stopped me from turning on the light switch. And veterans have been in the dark for too long for a medicine that can really help us. Okay, yeah, COVID really put us behind. We was ready to go, then all that hit. So we kind of pivoted to CBD. So we have a CBD brand coming out very soon too, because that's very important, because cannabis is not for everybody. It can help a lot of people, but some people through their security cleansers or different things cannot take THC because they would no longer be able to be on active duty in the military and things like that. So I was very fortunate being in the alcohol industry, because a lot of people see as prohibition is with cannabis, I believe it'll go to a 3-tier system more than likely. A lot of the distributors that are in the alcohol business already investing heavily in that, with Southern, Constellation, a bunch of those. I was very fortunate that one of my friends, Smoke Wallen, is one of the pioneers in this, because we realize how big this is going to be. Just for instance, if Gatorade chose to put CBD in Gatorade, we'd be out of CBD the very first run of Gatorade everywhere. But Smoke has these relationships with Vertical, got a lot of good investors out there. And a retired Marine Sergeant Major is over our facilities in Cadiz, Kentucky for the CBD side. And then with Vertical Wellness and Verticos there in California, they've partnered with some of the best growers and things like that. And so we're starting out first with a pre-rose. So we have a sativa, an indica, and a hybrid. So there's 6 pre-rolls in each one of those. That was the quickest way to get us to the market. It's USMCC, United States Medical Cannabis Company, America's Cannabis. So hopefully it's pretty eye-catching to get people to realize, that so many people think marijuana is just this getting stoned drug, this recreation drug, but it actually has so many medical values. I mean, what kills me when you go up in Congress and talk to some of the politicians there, you'll see that they say that THC has no medical value, but we have 2 drugs scheduled by the FDA that has THC in it. Was it Mercandol? And there's one other one. I can't pronounce the name correctly, but it has THC in it. Why is that? Why is that shown that it has medical value, but we can't get medical cannabis for veterans out there? That just makes no sense. So I was very fortunate, just because of my network in the alcohol industry, that a lot of people were getting into the cannabis industry. So that made me pivot over to that and give me the opportunity to tell my story and why I thought it was important to transfer over to that and to really help people. Yeah, like I say, for me, it's a true honor to be on the Immersia Labs platform to talk about medical marijuana and make it normal to talk about, because I believe through the veterans talking about it more and more, it's really made it more of a conversation that we can have. It's normalized in a lot of ways through that veteran movement. It's not just a bunch of Grateful Dead people out there, which nothing against that, but that's the thing. They think we're like Cheech and Chong. But like with me, I had a Class T level 4 security clearance. I worked at the White House for a little while. A lot of my friends are in law enforcement and different things that cannot take this medicine that need it. It's a lot safer than a lot of these opioids out there. So we're just looking for the right platform, the right people to get behind it, the right dispensaries to be in. We don't want to be everywhere. We want to be somewhere that we can be effective and truly help people, because that's what's life all about. That's what's life all about. We can see that during this pandemic, how we're all shut down. But people don't realize the effect that's taken on the veteran community. They isolate themselves. They're sitting in a dark room before this even happened. Now it's even getting even worse, just to get them out there, because it's a battlefield of the mind. Sometimes when you come home, it's a different battle, and we're losing that, unfortunately. We've lost more in the war at home than we have at the war overseas. And, these men and women have fought for our right to live the way we do, we should be fighting harder for them to get a medicine that they truly need. We have our allies. I believe we were sending money to Israel to study THC and cannabis, but yet they can use it and we can. I do not understand that for the life of me. So, but I thank you all for this great platform. You got here and talk about this. So I encourage, people to follow you, Immersia Labs, and the great movement that you all created. Thank you for this time.
must keep moving. We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl, but by all means, keep moving.
Well, hi guys. I'm Chris Isley from the Temecca Group. Been working in cannabis basically now for the last 3 years. My personal story is a little different, I think, in terms of how I came along cannabis. Obviously, a little older, grew up with cannabis when I was younger. One of the things that for me, as I was growing up, I had a alcoholic father who was pretty abusive. So as I was a teenager, I also discovered that I had those same tendencies when I would go out and drink and party with my friends, but I never had those tendencies when I would smoke cannabis or did any of that, plus any of the issues I had playing sports, which was being a skateboarder growing up. I always had lots of injuries, so instead of going to a doctor or whatever, you know, sometimes we deal with some of those injuries by smoking cannabis to be able to relieve some of the pain from falling from 10 foot from the top of the pool down to the bottom. So that was kind of my personal choice that I made because I saw my own personality change when I did alcohol. But anytime I was involved in cannabis, pretty much felt okay and never really had any issues and was able to maintain way better than what I ever was with alcohol. Coming into the journey for Temecca and how we got involved with Temecca, Temecca is actually owned by Mike Wilson and Paul Niebuhr. They've been in business since 1991, doing retail stores, home sales offices, all kinds of other items when it comes to doing retail stores, displays, point of purchase, any of those types of items. A few years ago, my personal history was I came from a different background. I was in the heavy duty trucking background. I managed a sales force for the parts department for a Freightliner dealership group. My friend Mike, who owns Temecca, was investing in a software company to basically at the time take cannabis and try to bring cannabis and banking together. During that journey, when I came on board, I kind of made it my sole purpose to be able to go out into the market and go to all the different networking meetings, because in my previous career, I had spent many years and had developed all those relationships. Coming into a new industry, really to get to know everybody, I was going out and meeting everybody, whether it going to the normal meetings, which to be honest with you, those were some of the most enlightening that I had, because when you're looking at it, when they're actually going to help people, that's where normal comes from. And I really enjoyed those meetings. And then I'd go to some of the other networking meetings as well to kind of meet people in the industry. As we started to develop this software, we started seeing other issues that were coming about. And those led us to be able to be connected with some of the other people in the cannabis industry, groups like the Shrine Group or Cookies. And we were able to start doing business with them because of our history in terms of what we've done in the past. All we did was transform from doing like a quick silver store to maybe a stizzy store. Obviously, you got differences in designs and the way things move, but building a store is building a store. So as we were developing this software, we've kind of made changes as we've gone along. We currently have a software that we've developed called Greenspace, which is basically kind of a project management software that we have that we actually utilize within Temecca to help with our customers. Takes you from the total point of entitlement all the way through and helps maintain compliance. So that's basically what first started Temecca, to kind of get those connections within the cannabis industry. And then as things started to unfold and people started to understand what our capabilities are and how we can come into it and not charging cannabis prices for the work that we do, but basically transforming from what we did in retail with everybody on the jewelry side to pretty much we built a store in every mall in America. So at this point, what we've done is been able to offer those services to the people in the cannabis industry, which has worked out really well. We also have facilities that we have that are built or that are over in China. And so when we're looking at large rollouts, whether it be for people like Cookies or Shrine Group, we were able to basically save them, another large percentage of cost as to what it would be to build stores. So our main goal basically is we want to be on the cutting edge of the design and provide our customers with the best design for their retail locations, but also be able to save them money in the process. It doesn't help to build stores, and every store costs $3 to $4 million to build. So if you can do the store and you can do it right and continue to move that needle and save customers money, we can basically provide and build more stores at that point. And I think that's the overall goal as we start moving forward. We've been able to provide a lot of other services for customers as we've gone along, whether it be helping to do rendering and licensing packages for security, site plans, and outside rendering, so that when people are actually going to do an application to get a cannabis license in a city, we have been providing them with some of the documentation to help them get to that point. So that's another service that we offer. We also offer point of purchase displays. So if somebody's looking, if they've just got a brand, whether it be a pre-roll, a vape, an edible, a topical, whatever it may be, if they have a vision of how they want their product to look or for their displays to look, we have the ability to be able to do that for them as well. That can also go offshore. Or we also have our full-on mill workshop located here in Corona, California. So that's where we do a majority of our work. When we're looking to do rollouts, like I said, if it's a large rollout with multiple locations, then we offer the option to be able to go offshore so that we can save money in the long run. Yeah, our overall process when we go about working with the customer is it's collaborative. Because obviously everybody's going to have a vision of what they want their store to look like or what their overall goal is in terms of the store and its operation. So what we usually do is we try to get in a meeting set up with our design group as well as with our customer so that we can kind of sit down and talk to them about what their vision is. And, for us, we try to take our customer's vision and create reality from that. So our initial process would be is that once we've talked to the customer, we have a location because we have a site that we're working with. Obviously, we have to do a site survey so we know exactly what our dimensional characteristics are with the building and how we'd go about designing the interior, as well as what we would do for the exterior. So once we kind of have that kind of put together as to what the customer's looking for and what their overall flow is, then we can go about kind of running the design. So we have a full-on design crew here, and once we've got that information and we've got the site surveys, they go to work and they'll build a rendering of what the customer's kind of laid out for them. So once we have the rendering, that basically is kind of like the picture, so to speak, of what the interior is going to look like, as well as we'll do renderings on the exterior as well. So then we have something visual that we can provide to our customers. And then at that point, once we have something laid out, then they can sit down with us and they can make the tweaks. Or if they don't like it at all, we could start all over again. But in most cases, we haven't had any issues with having to start all over again. So basically, we take the tweaks, whatever they do, we'll make those adjustments. And once they're happy with what we've been able to come up onto a design, our next step is then we take it to our systems design engineers, and then they take the rendering and break it down into the components. Where once we have all the components broken down, and I'm talking down to the sizes of a drawer, the drawer slides, so basically we take it and we blow it up. So we have to build that schematic so then we know all the dimensional characteristics, what the door handles are, what the slides will be, whatever those details are, so that, then we can be able to provide that and a better service to our customer overall. And then that makes it easier for us too, as we build things, as we move forward, we have that blueprint to then make the cases or make the cash wrap or make the reception desk or whatever it may be. So that's kind of the process we go through from there. Once we have all that done and we've got all the dimensions, then we go to the build. And at that point, we'll go ahead and do, if it's a one-off, we'll do the build here in our facility in Corona. And then we have teams that we can send out, not just in California, but really anywhere in the United States for anybody. We're working in Oklahoma at the moment doing some installations there on some dispensaries. So we'll send our teams out, we'll shoot the product to the location, and basically we can take it from soup to nuts. So, but we also offer services because a lot of people already have a designer, they'll work with a designer or whatever, so they have that vision. We don't need to do it from beginning to end. We can take different component parts of the build, whether it be just the millwork and they want somebody, because we've ran into people that have family connections on construction, so we can do certain components of it. So we don't have to be involved in the full overall build, but we can do any piece of it. So that's kind of how we've processed things through there. We'll have a date going as to when everything is done, and then send our crews out, send the stuff in, and do the installation. Depending upon the size of the store, could be anywhere from a couple of days to a week and a half. It kind of all depends upon the extent of the build out itself. In terms of looking at how cannabis has been different from any other type of retail that we've had to develop, I would just say the complexities of having to make sure when you're talking about the permitting processing, the licensing processing. One of the issues we always run across is when we're going to go do permitting, so many people now is the licensing may have been purchased or won by one person, yet they're going to sell it, or they'll have a small ownership in the license for maybe another company, whoever that may be, XYZ Cannabis Company. So then XYZ comes in and they're like, okay, we now have this location and we want you to do the permitting and everything else because you're going to work on this store for us. Well, our first question is who has the license? Who owns the building? There's all kinds of things that end up happening that, a lot of people don't know. And so just the complexities of going through those processes and being able to try to maintain that, and then dealing with the people in the cities, because still not everybody is on board with cannabis. We've ran into situations where some fire people that were doing the inspections, they don't like cannabis at all. So the building didn't have fire sprinklers. Well, guess what? Now it does, because they came in, they didn't like cannabis, so they wanted to do everything they could to delay it. So they forced us to put fire sprinklers in a building that hadn't had it in for 40 years. So, those are the kind of the things that you have to kind of go through every once in a while. We've run into situations where the buildings that people get into, and that's, I think, one of the major things when people are looking at developing a dispensary is to, number one is the location, but number two is the building that you're moving into. We've gone into buildings that could go from either they look brand new and it's like a clean palette and we can just work from that, to where we've had buildings where the complete roof fell in and we had to re-engineer the entire roof and put new trusses in. So when you're looking at the cannabis companies and the amount of money they have to spend, I get finding locations are difficult, but you really need to do your due diligence on viewing that location and making sure that, the building is up to spec. You don't have all kinds of issues with it. Half the building isn't burnt down. Those are the things that we run across every day. And unfortunately, we kind of get in a little bit late on the game sometimes. We're not out there doing the real estate check, so we get to deal with the crap that comes across us. And those are some of the things that happen, and it makes it a little bit more difficult. So from our end, we would always say, make sure you do the best job that you can to find the best location and the best building, because you don't want to end up having added costs going into having to build your dispensary by having to put another roof on it, or to add fire sprinklers, or whatever it may be. Sometimes we run across people where they've had parking lots and it's dirt, yet they want to pave it, or the city requires them to pave it. All those are added costs that go in, and I think a lot of people don't really understand the intricacies that go along with having to build the store, having to do things, permitting things and doing things the correct way. I understand that, a lot of people in the cannabis industry has been illicit for a long time, and there's a lot of trust issues that, especially when you're dealing with government, can sometimes, be a little difficult. So, but what we've tried to do is that when you're doing permitting for jobs and you're doing, the best thing is to make sure that all the information is out there. Because if you try to hide something, definitely it will be found. And then guess what? Now your permit's going to be delayed, and it could be months that go down the road because cities can stonewall you like crazy. So, like I say, it's always making sure you're dotting the I's and crossing the T's, not worrying about putting too much out there, because the more you have out there, the better off you're going to be in the long run, because you're not going to have to come back and answer questions to, you know, the bureaucrats that are working in the city as to why didn't you put that on your license application? Why didn't you put that on the permit application? You know, so those are the things that we end up running across, and that's a little bit, you know, it's, I think when you're looking at the standard retail world, everybody kind of understands the processes that you have to go through when you're dealing with the city and you're dealing with all those regulations. When it comes to cannabis, again, you know, everybody's had the pop-up shops, and, you know, you got cases on wheels. And so, but now we don't have cases on wheels. We have legal locations, and we need to understand that we're working in a legal environment, not an illegal environment. So be upfront and honest as you can, and put as much information as you can, so that the cities and anybody involved feels more comfortable with that business coming into their jurisdiction. So, okay. And looking at kind of the trends in terms of the style and things that people are looking at when they're building their retail dispensaries, honestly, I can't really say that there's one aspect or design over the other. It still comes down to who is running the store and kind of what their vision is. Obviously, you have the larger groups that they understand that they just want to bring people in. They're turning and burning. So their most important thing to them is the process and how they bring people in, and how many point of sale facilities that they can have inside that that retail location, so that they can handle a large number of customers over a period of time. So that's one grouping of customers that we deal with. So there's still a great deal of design that goes into it, and they still look great, but it's the flow of how you go through the store and how they're handling each individual customer. Then you have another group. The other group is looking at it more from, how do we create more of a comfortable environment so that we can increase our market base and go from, you know, the regular, you know, guy that maybe, or a girl that smokes cannabis, to maybe the closet people that have always been hiding it out there, the soccer moms of the world, the business people of the world. But they're still afraid to go into some of these dispensaries because, you know, they're not as comforting. They're, you know, people come in, it's kind of like in and out, in and out. So some of our dispensary owners want to have that education experience. They want to have that comfort. So they'll have a little bit more of an open space, have an education area there where they can teach people about cannabis and the benefits that it can provide for them. And then you have those that are looking for something that's a little bit more, what word do I want to use? Extravagant or different, or, you know, it's kind of the Disneyland aspect. We want to bring people into this facility because it's unreal looking and it looks great, and to have that connection as well. So I guess to kind of take a look at it is, no matter what, each customer kind of has their own vision of how they want their location to look and how they want their location to run. We offer our perspective on how we believe it could help, but the final, you know, decision comes down to the dispensary owner, how they want it. So to say that there's one way or another, not really. I think overall everybody wants to sell product, and that's, you know, the major thing. But, you know, we also want to create an industry here that's inclusive of everybody out there. And there's a lot of people over the years, myself included, that maybe weren't as welcome when it came to smoking cannabis, because you would have that stigma that would go with it. And I think that's kind of going away. So I'm excited about that, and I'm excited about the future of cannabis with all the new states that are coming on board. I just think it's a great opportunity for all of us that are in the cannabis industry, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how things roll out over the next 5 to 10 years and see how this industry grows. So just that's about it, guys. So I'm, you know, happy to be involved in Immersia, and my name is Chris Isley, and I'm with the Temecca Group.
must keep moving. We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl, but by all means, keep moving.
My name is Freeway Ricky Ross. I'm currently in the cannabis space, which are a lot of other spaces as well, but I'm most passionate right now about the cannabis industry. I think it's a wonderful time. Cannabis have done some wonderful things for me, and I think this is a great time to be involved in the industry. Well, I just did 20 years in prison for selling cocaine. I've been out 11 years. Basically, I got started in the cannabis industry about 8 years ago now. I got started kind of out of necessity. I'd only been out of prison a few years. I'd been struggling to pay my rents and couldn't get a job, you know. And part of that is from the way I live. You know, I like to go places. I take a lot of meetings. So it was almost impossible for me to work a normal job, and it was hard for me to be able to continue my dreams and work a normal job. So one day, one of my friends pulled up, and he was telling me about this High Times event they were going to be having at in San Bernardino. I just got off parole the day before, and he told me that I should go and celebrate. But I was under the old-fashioned thinking, you know, oh, you start back getting involved with weed, next thing you know, you'll be back involved with cocaine, next thing you know, you'll have a life sentence again. So I really didn't want to go. So I hesitated, but he was really persistent. And then he said, I bet you'll sell a lot of books out there. And when he said that, that triggered me. So I ran the house, I grabbed about 6 cases of books, which is equivalent to about 300 books. And I sold all of them that day. And when I did, I saw myself in a community that I just fell in love with, you know. This was prior COVID virus, so people were sharing joints, and it was just like having a great time. I mean, you know, everywhere I went, they just like gave me the utmost respect, and I just fell in love with it. So when I got back home, I told my brothers I'm getting into the cannabis industry, and I started right after that. Yeah, cocaine is more high intensity, I think that's the correct word, where you're always on alert. It's dangerous at all times. You don't know who to trust, you know, if you can trust a supplier, your customers, you know, it's really a cutthroat business. The marijuana seems to be much more milder than what the cocaine business was. And you know, I thought that it was an industry that was made for me. Well, I think that I haven't really saw any medical benefits for it myself. I don't know, you know, what that is for myself, especially during this pandemic. I've used it as a relaxer, you know, to literally calm me down because I'm always wound up. So when I do, it kind of like just lets me like just drop, you know, like just become dead weight, you know, and I could just flop on the couch or the bed and just relax, you know, and let my mind just run free. So I enjoy it from that aspect. As far as any medical benefits, you know, anybody being cured for cancer and stuff like that, I don't know. I haven't saw those type of benefits. You know, but I know a lot of the problems that we do have in our communities, marijuana can help with those, you know. I make a joke all the time about um, you never see gangbangers getting in trouble when they getting high. They're gonna smoke a joint and sit on the couch, watch TV and play video games and want something to eat. So that could be a way that we could counteract gang violence in our communities by allowing them to get high instead of being out on the street, looking for trouble. So it's ways that I see economically. Like I said, I was struggling with my rents when I started selling marijuana, and marijuana took care of that. So there's definitely a lot of benefits in it for the people who get involved. Going to prison for the rest of your life, getting robbed, getting killed, people strung out, it had a lot of negative effects. It wasn't what I thought it was when I got involved. When I got involved with cocaine, I looked at it as a party drug, something that people did when they wanted to go out and celebrate, and that's how it started out, but it had a very addictive side to it that wasn't known at the time. So I've seen people, instead of smoking crack, they smoke pot, or other drugs, PCP. They'll try the cocaine. They'll try the marijuana to interact, and some have had some good results from that. But I've talked to people who say they have came up with ways that they could literally get people off hard drugs with cannabis. You had that one in as one of the benefits, is that I no longer even think about selling cocaine because the marijuana business is so well. I don't really see any side effects. I think it's all go. It's gonna be great. I think it's gonna be great for the economy. I think it's gonna be great for the people once everybody finds out, how relaxing it is and how wonderful it can be. I guess one of the biggest concerns right now is not being able to bank your money once you make it. I think that's a big issue, and not tearing down the borders, where you can only do it in the state that you're licensed in. I think that's a problem that needs to be solved. Yeah, we definitely need that. We definitely need people to educate the majority of the people about it. We know that most of the people in the country now accepts marijuana as a herb that is necessary. I was glad when I saw that the state made it essential. In most states, it made it essential. So I think we've come a long ways. We still have to fight with the good old boys in Washington, D.C. about the benefits. I don't think that they're ready to accept it yet. Most of the time it's because they don't have a way to get some money out of it. So I'm glad to see that you guys are doing what you're doing. Absolutely. I go around the country and I speak about marijuana, the benefits. Also, I've been encouraging more blacks to get into the business. In the black community, we have a sort of a taboo about coming above ground with it, because I think that so much has happened on the underground with the police that a lot of us don't believe that we could be doing it on top of the ground. Well, when I was in prison, obviously we couldn't get a hold of cannabis. But I started to learn a lot while I was there from a guy by the name of Todd McCormick, and he started talking to me about marijuana. He was the guy that was living in Beverly Hills growing marijuana, and he was giving it out to patients. When he got arrested, I think Woody Harris bailed him out of jail. But while we was together, me and him became really tight in prison, and he wrote a lot of papers for different weed magazines, and he was talking about how he had cancer and marijuana allowed him to beat his cancer. And I just started like that, and it went from there to where marijuana helped keep my family together. The money that we made off marijuana allowed us to pay our rent. allowed me to have gas money so that I could go out and sell my books and my T-shirts, and it just kind of like propped up my whole life in a sense. It gave us an opportunity that nothing else gave us. The banks wasn't loaning us money, they wasn't financing. Nobody else would help, and it started from cannabis. Matter of fact, I'm getting ready to do a video in a couple weeks and try to show my philosophy of how I sold weed in order to get to where I am today, and it kind of formats on the same principles that I use in cocaine, and I believe that it can be used in any substance, but marijuana is definitely a healthier choice, a more favorable choice than anything else that I could go into. And I'm just excited about the industry. I won a social equity license here in LA, so I'll be having my own dispensary. I'll also be having a delivery service. I have my own brand out right now, LA Kingpin, and I'm starting a couple other brands, one with the Cure Company, called Freeway. So, this is all like unbelievable to me, to have myself in this type of position to not only take care of my family, but also help a lot of other people. That there's a good product out that doesn't harm the environment, it doesn't harm anybody else, and you can make money off of it. It's like a match made in heaven. And I'm just enjoying the moment, and hope that it never ends. I feel them so similar in some forms, not on the addictive side or nothing like that there, but the way business is handled is really business, and that's what I plan on doing on this video, to show it could be cars, steel, marijuana, whatever it is. These principles, they just work, and I'm just excited that I was allowed to work them inside of the cannabis industry, because I don't think it could be more fun working them in anything else the way the cannabis industry works. I just, especially once this pandemic is over, where people can start socializing again, because when you go around the cannabis community, you get this little this vibe of just like we all together, we all in this together, and you don't really get to see that in many communities. So I'm looking forward to those events coming back. I don't know, we grew up really poor. We grew up in South Central LA. We were really poor. My mom, we were on welfare, and I always wanted more. I wanted to do better. I wanted to buy my mom a house. I just wanted things to be right financially, economically. I saw the strain that it put on my family, and I felt that I should do something to make it better. I'm glad to be here, and people can look for big things to happen in the weed business. I have a lot of ideas. I do what I call ODing on the edibles. I eat me 3 or 4 edibles, and I just go to work at night, while I'm sleeping. I just dream up ideas and concepts of how I can enhance the industry to make the industry a little better. I would rather for my friends who drink to smoke it as well. But more people die from alcohol than all the illegal drugs put together. So, that's for another day.
Hey, welcome to Immersia Talks. The guy next to me, Bill White, kind of put this whole thing together and has done a wonderful job as the executive producer and has put together a really compelling storyline and cast of characters. You know, we have NFL players, we have certified doctors, we have, you know, porn stars, politicians, influencers, executives, all within the cannabis space. And, you know, Bill, hell of a job doing this year one.
Oh, yeah, great job. Thanks, guys.
So a little bit about you.
Really, this all owes everything to these two who have conceptualized Immersia and really done it from a mission-driven perspective. This is all about compassion for the plant and really destigmatizing and promoting cannabis as wellness. And that's what I thought was so interesting about being able to put together a series like this, was being able to cherry pick the people that I find very inspiring. And to John's point, those that come from all walks of life. Because really, at the end of the day, we're trying to normalize the plant to where it needs to be. That will be the future catalyst for us being able to do deep research on the plant and really integrate it as a natural wellness product. So it's been really exciting to be able to just think of who I really dig and who I want to have part of this. And it's been amazing, and I can't wait to see what we all do.
Definitely. No, I think, you know, thank you to all the characters and great people that, you know, come out and spent their time with us and told us their stories. And I think we've learned a lot about people that we knew nothing about. And some of the stories that I've heard just sitting in this room are very compelling and I think very interesting to everyone that will be watching.
Thank you, Bill. This blunt's for you.
Yeah, there you go,
Thank
Bill.
you.
Thank you, Bill.
All right. Thanks, guys.
There we go.
must keep moving. We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But by all means, keep moving.
Hey guys, it's Mario Guzman, aka Mr. Shabinsky. I'm here at my dispensary on Fairfax in Los Angeles, California. My story is simple. Going back to early 2000s, I was part of the medical marijuana movement in San Francisco, where along with many other things, we made history there. And I think I was there in the beginning of when guys like myself that were growing in garages, under Prop 215, and had the collective model that we perfected and was so amazing. And we were able to grow in our garages and start what I like to call, the relationship between the urban farmer and these dispensaries that were popping up. And so what I really learned during those times is, by seeing all the different people that would come and go, from businessmen to veterans in wheelchairs, and I really learned what compassion really meant and what it was all about. And people coming up to me saying that the medicine that I grew really helped them sleep at night, or it relieved pain for them. And so, fast forward now to 2020 and everything we've been through with the legalization movement. I'm proud at my dispensary, which I'm sitting in now, sort of surreal that, I still carry that same message of compassion. And I think there's not a whole lot of people that are still in the game that were doing it back when I was, when I started, that were just growing in the garages. But I think the intention of myself just to help people, not only in San Francisco, but throughout my state, throughout the country, and throughout the world, through the different things that we do with genetics, it's really a dream come true, and we're doing it now. And especially through the pandemic, when I got a phone call that not only I'd be able to still save my genetics that I was worried about after all these years of keeping safe could be at risk, but they would notify us that we're an essential business. It really was game changing, and I think it made all of us at my company step up, really take a lot of pride, which we always have, but even more so now, in being able to keep our doors open, being able to help people during a time when I think now more than ever, this medicine is needed. And we were able to, because at our dispensary with our partnership with MJ, we were able to have our delivery. So we were able to, really ramp up our deliveries and get medicine to people when the pandemic was at its height. And, a lot of people didn't know what to expect and what better time when people need their medicine. So that's been just a quick snapshot of the last 20 years. To me, cannabis will always be medical. Obviously, there's recreational values to it, but the medical uses, and now especially with it moving more into a legal space, then it'll be studied and we'll be able to put the resources behind it. So the bud tenders that we have at our dispensaries won't be forced to be your doctors, but the doctors that go and are educated will be able to learn about the right applications for the different genetics, the different strains, the different compounds that we're finding now, and how we can use technology such as nanotechnology, which is emerging now, which we're able to you'll be able to get all the medicine. If you take an edible and it's 10 milligrams, your body's going to get all 10 milligrams. So, and it's a much different experience. So these are some of the things that are going to be emerging now that are really going to change the way that we use and take medicine. In our dispensary here, we have people come in from all walks of life, from 21 to 82. So, and everybody has their reasons and how their relationship with this plant. The Sunset Sherbet is one of the strains that I'm well known for making. And that was done in the San Francisco Sunset District where I lived at the time. And a lot of people under Prop 215 and the collective model were growing in their garages in San Francisco and throughout the state and the country. But particularly at that time, early 2000s, we were growing different strains. And throughout that time, one of the strains we made, Sunset Sherbet, when we started to put it out, it got a nickname real quick, and a lot of my friends were saying, "Hey, where's that Sherbinski at? Where's the Sherbinski?" And I liked that. And one day I was sitting in my living room, and I had a pound of Sunset Sherbet on my lap, and I thought, how can I associate myself with this strain, because it's so amazing and I know it's going to be a game changer. And so I sat and I imagined, this person who was like in a lab coat and maybe, working at some sort of deli, and it was this place that people wanted to frequent, like their favorite sandwich shop. So it was a combination of the destination Sherbinski's, which is kind of like that your favorite sandwich shop or the place that you go and it always has your favorite, but then also the person who would be Mr. Sherbinski. So as I went to the dispensaries, people really liked the flower, obviously, and then they when I would come in, people would point and say, "Hey, that's the guy, that's Mario, that's the guy that grows it." And so at that time, people were starting to use the big screen TVs for a lot of their menus, and they were getting really creative on how they work their top shelf names at the top. And so I started telling all the dispensaries that I went to, I said, "Hey, can you put Mr. Sherbinski gelato?" Because there was a few other people growing gelato at the time, or Sunset Sherbet. So yeah, that's how it started. When I was going into these dispensaries early on, they would put Mr. Sherbinski gelato, and then it kind of morphed into Sherbinski's, but at first it was just Mr. Sherbinski - gelato, and whatever it was, mochi, jello, acai berry, bacho, these other strains that I was growing. And over the years, it really I built a reputation of growing cannabis with love and passion, and so that's kind of how it started. A lot, along with a lot of other things that I think have been amazing in the San Francisco Bay Area, that's innovative, like music and technology, and cannabis is no exception. And we really, help put, as Humboldt has helped put California on the cannabis map. I think the work we did in creating gelato also was a big contribution to the cannabis community, so we're proud of that. One of the terms that kept coming up when we were growing in San Francisco and we're putting out really exceptional flower, and there wasn't a lot of people that had those type of genetics. This is the early days of gelato, and one of the terms that kept on coming up is people would say, "Hey, this is designer weed." And I remember sitting back early on and I thought to myself, I've never been a big designer clothes guy, but I have been a designer weed guy. And I thought to myself, well, what does designer really mean, and what does that look like? And when you start to look at brands, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, YSL, whatever those brands are, you start to see a very simple font, when you look at it, it doesn't make you think of anything else. It's very simple if you look at it, a lot of their logos. And so we looked at simplifying everything, and a lot of the graphics, and I think graphics is a good word, because a lot of the brands were being made with graphic designers and stickers and cartoon images and things that were very juvenile to me. And so I thought, if a brand is going to be or if cannabis is designer, then we want to create something that's never been created, then we have to look at it from a high-end designer's point of view and through that lens. And so we really started to look at all the high-end brands, some of which I mentioned, and a lot of others, and what are the similarities. But then we also, in our brand research, we looked at professional baseball teams, American Muscle, all of these really kind of long-lasting, Levi's, these long-lasting American brands, and what they represent, and kind of what was the passion and drive and meaning behind why they were created and why they're still here. And so that was part of the discovery. The other thing is, just when we were looking at colors, Hermes was a brand that we really gravitated towards, and we thought, we really like this brand and the color. That's kind of what brought the orange into the mix. But then when we looked at the original branding, and Hermes is more of a darker orange, And so one thing we did is we brightened it and gave it like the Sherbinski's look that it has now. And it went from being like a leather handbag type of older kind of thing to a more fun, creative, upbeat type of color. And so that's how we came up with that color. And also when you're looking at 10 different things on a line sheet, that orange just pops out every single time. And you know, orange is a very highly spiritual color. When you go to India, orange is one of the highest used color. It's a very spiritual color. It represents the sun. It represents life. It represents growth. And that's all part of growing. That's all part of cannabis. That's all part of our life. So to me, that's what I see. That's why that color now, I never was a huge orange lover, but now orange is everywhere in my house, my furniture, my vehicles, everything. And because it reminds me of that, it reminds me of what we've built as a company, and gives me a roadmap on where we're going. And so just proud of what the whole team has been able to accomplish over the last 20 years. I'm grateful for everybody that's contributed, whether you're still with me or whether you contributed artwork, time, photography, growing, whatever it was along the line. I'm very thankful and appreciative for everybody, and we're just getting started. So much love and respect to all that have helped. Much love and respect to the cannabis community, and also just a reminder, you know, it's cool to help people. You know, that's my whole thing for 2020 moving on. I've always had this in my heart, but just want to remind everybody that, you know, helping people, you know, that's what's always going to be popular. That's what's always going to be the cool hype thing to do. It's all those quiet heroes that are, you know, our first responders, whether it's the firemen, the police, our doctors, our nurses, everybody that are on the front line putting their life in danger. You know, all it takes is one of them, you know, getting in contact with COVID, and it's not even so much about the fear of dying, but, you know, they're in quarantine away from their family for 2 weeks. They've got to deal with that on top of everything else. So there's a lot that people sacrifice, and at Sherbinski's, we're just really grateful for, again, all of our first responders, all the men and women that serve our country, and all of our elected politicians that are doing their best. You know, there's good and bad, but I feel like the majority of people are doing their best for our country. So yeah, you know, the Prop 215 movement, shout out Dennis Peron. You know, 1996, the people of California voted and approved Prop 215, which is the Compassionate Health Act, which gave doctors the protection to prescribe prescriptions to patients without prosecution, and it gave patients safe access without worrying about getting arrested. And so that was the legal framework that was set up in 1996. Fast forward to 2004, SB 420, which was a follow-up to Prop 215, which gave guys like me the legal framework to be able to work collectively to grow cannabis and provide it to different dispensaries in the state of California. So that was the beginning of an amazing journey. I think I was a real estate agent by trade, and I remember when the real estate market went south, and there was a lot of people looking at ways that what they were going to do, how were they going to make money. And at the time, you know, I had been doing real estate and just wasn't doing well. And a friend of mine said, hey, I was living in the San Francisco Sunset District. A friend of mine said, hey, that little place in your garage, it was probably about a 4x8 little area, and it was a storage. And he said, you know, you could grow down there. Never thought about growing ever, you know, been smoking pot since high school, but never thought about growing. Couldn't even keep a house plant alive at the time. And one thing led to another, and I ended up diving in, and I built the place out. I had done a little construction after I got out of high school, so I did the framing. A friend of mine did the electrical, and these are real early days, 2003, 2004. And my first run, got some clones. I was growing the AFGU. The first time I grew it, they were like the size of a 2-liter bottle of Coke. And I remember I went down to Haight Street and got Ed Rosenthal's grow book, and the friend that was going to help me ended up breaking up with his girlfriend and leaving town, and I ended up having to depend on good old Ed's book and what little knowledge I had and what green thumb I did. And my first run was amazing. I remember I printed out the Department of Health from San Francisco. They had a sheet that showed the 10 dispensaries or so that were in San Francisco and at that time. And so I put my pot in my backpack, and I had a little bubble hash that I made, and I went around to the different people and tried to catch a vibe on who I liked, and ended up meeting Martin Olive at the Vapor Room in San Francisco in Lower Haight. Pretty shady little area, but opened this door of this old Victorian and saw a little bearded guy at the end, and it looked like that 70s show inside with lava lamps and orange couches, and looked like furniture that they pulled from here and there, and lots of bright live colors. So walked back, showed him my stuff. He was really impressed, and that was the beginning. Martin and I are still friends. He's still doing business. I'm still doing business legally. It's exciting. He's an interesting friend. Every time we kind of cross paths, we look back where this has come from, and the advocacy and the hard work and the blood, sweat, and tears that everybody in the industry that's still in it has put in. But that was really where it all started, and you end up meeting a lot of growers. You end up meeting a lot of passionate people that were transitioning from being kind of like the grower hippies, and maybe they made some cookies, but these people that were really passionate and woke, I think we all shared a common vision of where this industry was going to go, and we all wanted so desperately and passionately to be part of it and not be left behind. And I think a lot of people never even got through the first hurdle with Prop 64, and when legalization came on the ballot, and there was a ton of people that didn't support it and thought, no, this is going to ruin the way we do things, and it changed the way we do things, and generationally it changed the way we do things. But I remember sitting there and thinking, am I going to be part of the future? And I knew that if I was going to be part of the future, that I had to embrace this change. And for me, that meant bringing on investors, bringing on people that I felt were going to help me still be in this, come 2020, 2025, 2030, that Sherbinsky's will still be a name that, people is synonymous with the cannabis industry and is respected, and people associate with quality and with compassion. And we're doing that, we're accomplishing that, so I'm very proud of that. Transitioning from the street into fully regulated market has its challenges, but they've learned a lot and about business, about people, about growing cannabis, about scaling cannabis. One thing is having a couple of lights in your garage, and another thing is operating 1,000 light facilities and multiple acres outdoor. When I started growing organically outdoor with Vital and my boy Brian there, the owner of Vital, I didn't know anything about growing outdoor. I didn't know anything about organics, growing outdoor, and now, we had our best year ever this year. So always growing, always learning, want to share as much as people have shared with us, with others, and so just excited. It's been. I remember the early days on the Sunset, and all these kids, just us. We were kids at the time. But going around the different dispensaries, throwing high fives, taking a minute to have a smoke inside with a buddy, shooting the shit, meeting all different types of people from all walks of life, learning the business, learning how to go from kind of the street way of working to actually legitimate business, and all the people that got left behind and all the people that are still here with us in that journey. It's been amazing. So thankful for everybody. And again, the opportunity for the dispensary to be here on Fairfax, and the way that we're growing throughout the state and nationally, just really proud of that. So looking to come to a state near you.